All right. We have, can you turn the screen so they can see the screen, please? Or the camera so they can see the screen? Another way. And can you zoom in onto the screen now? Can you pick it up a little bit, I think? All right, excellent. Can you see this screen?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. All right. Western Jamaica, can you see the screen? WJC, anybody there? St. Lucia, you can see the screen?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, this morning we're going to do a few things. I want to talk a bit about, just as before we begin, well, as we begin, I want to look at a few areas that I think we need to clarify. I have put online on Orveli something which is called critical reflection. It's a critical reflection piece which I wanted to have a look at to see somebody's reflection of their experience, and I wanted to talk to everyone a bit about why it may, what are some of the critical elements in it and that sort of thing. It's a very short piece. It's in a folder called resources. Let me just come back out a bit and show you where it is. It's in a folder called resources. So if you're going onto the course page and you come down to session 4, which is today, you will see a folder called resources, and in that folder you will see a number of articles that I put in, a number of Word documents that I put in, and we'll use some of them today, but there's certainly one called critical reflection, and it is based on someone's reflection on an experience that they had as a lab demonstrator in which they were conducting research. So I'm going to ask you to just read it during your break, and we could talk a bit about when we come back from break. I've highlighted some sections in yellow. See if you can think why I might highlight those sections. And we will talk a bit about it after break. So there's that piece.
What's the title of it?
Critical reflection. You see it?
I see.
Do you see it, St. Lucia? Can you get onto Orveli? In any case, I sent you all of them by
Yes,
email.
you can.
Yeah. And I sent them to you by email, along with all the PowerPoints, all right? So you should be able to have that. So when we'll look at it after break, and then there are some other documents here which I will get to during the course of today's session. So I'm just pointing you to where we are, as well as the PowerPoints that are being used for this session are in another folder called PowerPoint presentations. You will also see 2 PDF documents. One is on item writing. It's a document created by a colleague from CXC, and he looks at the technical aspects of writing items. So you'll see the aspects of item writing related to multiple choice items, structured items, and he draws on the CXC model. So you might want to also look at that as a a general guide, but also when we look at assessment that is useful. And then there's another document there, which is an article that looks at assessment in schools, and it's sort of, it's relatively short, but it captures, when I say short, it's probably around 15 or 16 pages. It's not a book, but it's a booklet. And it looks at some of the key terminologies that you want to understand, some of the key constructs you want to understand about how to conduct assessment, the different types of assessment, and some of the issues related to conducting assessment in the context of schools. All right? So those are also up. You may want to have a look at those readings in preparation for the sessions we will do on assessment. All right? So we're going to now go to this session on deductive approach to teaching, and I'm going to hand over now to Alvinus and Crescentiana from St. Lucia for them to take us through.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Rainford again. Good morning, colleagues. And this morning, I am Crescentiana Alfred, and
I'm Alvinus Milius.
And we are here to present on deductive approach to teaching. Okay, so first off, I'm going to be your math teacher. Before I am your presenter, I'm going to be your math teacher. And this morning, our topic will be on volume. And what do you, I'm going to just call on somebody. We'll have no shouting, no raising hands. I just want to call on one of you to remind me of first off, what is a prism to you? Jomo, can I call on you first off?
Prism, what's a prism?
Prism. Three-dimensional figure. Three-dimensional figure, uniform.
No, see the mic there? Yes.
It's a prism, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, it's a three-dimensional figure. It have a uniform, uniform shape, like a cylinder.
Talk to me.
Eh?
Don't talk to me.
Talk to her.
Yeah, like a cylinder. Yeah, you have a uniform circular pattern going all the way down, or a cross section. Yeah, cross section, uniform cross section.
Okay, thank you. And I know that some of you may not agree. Can you see somebody say good morning? And let's go over. Okay, so in my hand I have a can, and it's an example of a prism. You have two flat identical ends, and then you have, it's a three-dimensional shape. So when we want to find the volume of a prism, what we are actually doing is not the amount of space inside the shape, that is capacity, but rather we are trying to find the number of cubic units that can take up the space of the shape. And how we do that is by calculating the area of the identical ends and then multiplying by the height of the prism. So on the next slide, I have an example of a prism. Can anybody tell me what prism I have here? Anyone?
Must be quick.
You can't see the slide. We see you,
What's
not
that?
the slide. You can't see the
Okay.
slide.
A cube
We see you, not the slide.
Oh, you're not seeing the slide?
No.
It looks like a cube, though.
It
Well,
doesn't
yeah,
look like a
okay.
cube.
So let's say, for example, we have this
Hang on a
cube.
sec, hang on a sec, Cynthia.
I asked if they're seeing.
Can you see now,
Yes.
Bermuda?
Yes.
Okay,
better.
very good. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Okay, so I would like you, like I said, to find a volume. We find the area of one of the identical ends and then multiply by the height. But since it is a cube, all sides are equal. So can anybody guess what is their volume of this cube if one side is 12 centimeters?
No, they can't hear. You have got to turn around and talk to the class, Jomo.
12 cube are 1,728 centimeter cube.
I didn't have that, Jomo. What was it?
I said 12 cube are, you can say 1,728 centimeter cube.
Okay, very good. So it was 12 by 12 by 12. Thank you very much.
All right, on the next slide, we also have a cube. Now, if we go to the slide after this, breaks up our cube into little cubes. And I want to click, can you just click so that it advances to the little cube for me, please? Thank you very much.
We can't
A
see
bit
the
too much,
screen.
let's go back. Can we go back to the little cubes? Can we go back to the previous slide, please? Thank you very much. All right, now, these are the cubes that make up the larger cube that you saw on the previous slide. Can somebody from Bermuda tell me how
We
many
can't
of
see the
these-
screen.
You can't see any.
You can't
We can't see any, we only see you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
okay, yeah.
Can you see the screen now?
Yeah.
All right. So can somebody from Bermuda tell me how many cubes make up our larger cube? How many cubes can you count on this slide?
Six.
How
We
many?
see
I didn't hear
six.
that.
We see six.
Six.
Yeah.
8. 8.
All right. Let's go. You only seen 6 of them.
Yeah.
You can't see screen.
We only see you now.
Our screen's different.
We don't have a full picture of the screen. We just see the big picture is you.
From what we see, we only see 6 cubes. We can't see the other 2.
Oh. Okay. Well, then I will have to
Oh, I
tell you.
see one.
Can anybody from Jamaica tell me how many cubes you've seen?
8.
All right, 8 cubes. Thank you very much. So we have 8 cubes here making up the larger cube. Can we go to the next slide, please? If each of our little cubes is one, can you, yes, thank you. You see these yellow arrows? Can you see the yellow arrows?
You don't answer, they can't hear you now. Talk to us, they can answer.
We can
Can't hear me, I'm not
We're
hearing
seeing it, we're seeing it.
All right, thank you very much. So this cube on this slide is one of our smaller cubes. If this smaller cube is 1 centimeter, if each side is 1 centimeter, that would mean that this cube takes up how much space, this smaller cube? How much space would it take up?
So 1 centimeter.
1 centimeter cube. Okay, so this cube is representative of 1 3D unit, 1 cubic unit. Okay, so going back to the previous slide, I bring your minds back to the previous slide where we had 8 cubes. Can somebody tell me what the volume of our first large cube was?
12 centimeters
12
squared.
cube.
Cube, sorry, cube, 12 cube. 12 cube.
1,128.
I'm not hearing you clearly.
12 cubes.
No, this one. This one.
Oh, so that'll be 8.
All right, let's review. Let's review. Let's just review. We started with a large cube. We said that this large cube was made up of 8 smaller cubes.
Yeah.
Each of these 8 smaller cubes is 1 cubic unit.
Okay.
So if each of these smaller cubes is 1 cubic unit, then what volume or what volume is our large cube? What's the volume of our large cube?
512. Because it'll be 8 times 8 times 8.
No,
You know.
that would be 1. If we have 8 cubes, each cube is 1 centimeter cube.
Right.
8, okay.
Yeah, I see.
Well, we're just, it's 8, like, maybe something, or it's 8.
Can somebody from Bermuda, one person from Bermuda, can you tell me?
That's 8. So 8 centimeter cube then?
Ask the teacher.
So 8 centimeter cube then?
8, right, 8 cubic centimeters. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Can we move to the next slide? Next one. Okay, before we move to the next slide, I want to ask the class a question. Both Chris and Kiana and myself presented the same topic using 2 different approaches. Were you able to identify the differences in approach?
Yes.
Can Crystal tell me what were the different approaches that we used?
Yours is a more visual, I think, what we saw on the screen. And for Santiana, I think hers was a little bit more oral. Or yeah. I think.
I'm not hearing you clearly.
I said yours was a more visual, appeal more to the visual learner. And
You said mine was more visual.
right. And hers was more of an oral communication, like she basically went through the process, she did it for orally. And you have more examples than yours, I think. We couldn't really see your screen, I do apologize.
All right, yeah, that's a difference in approach. Not quite what I was looking for, but
Oh, sorry.
that is a difference. Does somebody else want to try from Jamaica, maybe? Western Jamaica?
We're not sure. We didn't catch the first part of your lesson.
Can you tell me about the second part then? What approach do you think was used in the second part?
We can't see a screen. Are we supposed to be looking at a screen?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm seeing you. I'm not seeing a screen.
All right, okay, then I will ask you, Mona. Can somebody here tell us about the 2 different approaches that we use?
The first presenter basically told us the rule, and we just, based on the rule that
they
they told
see
us,
this
we just
screen?
worked out the
They want to see
answer.
us.
No,
Whereas
I want to
they're
see the
trying
screen.
to-
I want all the
That's what they're
sides.
seeing.
Your
No,
presentation
Jamaica
is
said
more
not see
trying to
screen.
make.
Excuse me,
Anybody else seen it?
I'm hearing talking while he's talking. Can you give him a chance to speak, please?
Alright, what I was saying is that the first presenter basically just told us the rule and we just multiply it out and got the answer, whereas you were trying to make the student develop the answer for themselves rather than just being told a rule to do it. That would be the difference.
All right, thank you very much. You pointed out you've made some very important observations, class. Thank you very much for your contribution. As we go through this presentation, you will better be able to identify the approaches that we use. All right, we have a slide in front of us giving us some information about deductive teaching. And if you look at the slide, you will see that it says rule, and there's an arrow, example, method, sequence. With deductive teaching, what happens is what we saw in Christiana's demonstration. All right, she came. She gave the rule as in how do we calculate volume of a prism, sorry. How do we calculate volume of a prism? And then she went into an example. This approach is deductive teaching approach. Can we move to the next slide? So with deductive teaching, you give the rule or the concept or definition, okay? And then you give the concept attributes, and then you give examples and non-examples. Now, in what we did previously, our example for deductive teaching would be the first demonstration, and a non-example would have been the second demonstration. The second demonstration, Bermuda should have been able to tell us what the second approach was, because I think Bermuda made a presentation on inductive, the inductive teaching approach, okay? And that's what we sought to do in the second demonstration. In the next set of slides, we are going to compare the deductive approach to the inductive approach to teaching. And I will call Christiana to join me. She's going to do the deductive and I will do inductive.
Okay, for the deductive teaching approach, the initial information is given by the teacher. So you do not just come and give the definition, but you give a little intro, and then you give the definition, then you give examples and non-examples.
Okay, and we can contrast the inductive approach, because the inductive approach seems to be the opposite of inductive. And instead of giving a definition, we begin by allowing learners to discover the key concepts. If you notice the approach we used in the demonstration, you had a cube, we broke up the cube, and learners were supposed to look at the example and draw out from that key concepts. Then further learner discovery through non-examples, okay, through things that are not inductive. So the learner would be allowed to explore these and to come up with a more concrete idea of the concept. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Okay, so for deductive, we review the definition, and we go through a few more examples and non-examples presented simultaneously this time. So before we gave examples and then non-examples, but this time we're going to show them both so that they can distinguish between the two, and then we go straight into practice.
Okay. In the inductive approach, the concept is identified by learners. So after we begin, after the first 3 or so steps, learners should be able to identify the concepts that are being taught, and then we go to look at examples, and non-examples simultaneously, and then we go to practice. So the 2 last steps are similar to the deductive approach. In the next slide, we are going to look at some of the properties. So these 2, we contrasted the steps. And in the next slide, we're going to look at some of the properties of the 2 approaches.
So for deductive, that it is very teacher-centered. The teacher is providing the information. It is close. It is very direct, and it just simply gives information.
For inductive, the learner is allowed to, in fact, the focus is on the learner. So the learner is very active. The learner explores the concepts so that they could come up with key ideas and so on. It's very open, whereas the deductive is closed and you're looking at a very specific thing. The teacher strongly guides what happens. Inductive is open and the student is free to explore and learn, and a lot of things can happen here that may not happen with the deductive approach. It's also very indirect. As the learner explores, the learner may go to different aspects of it as compared to the deductive. And inductive also emphasizes helping learners to think. So the focus is not on giving you the information and having you assimilate the information, but having you to think, use your cognitive skills to come up with the key concepts.
So we're moving on to the next slide. And we're looking at where can we use deductive approach. First off, we can use it for teaching relationships between concepts. We can also use it for older learners. The reason being, with the older learner, they have a bank of concepts for which they can use to manipulate or picture what I am saying to them. So yes, I'm just using words, but they're able to picture based on all what they know from previously. It can be used when you want to teach a large number of facts, and when you want to teach simple, concrete concepts where you find it pretty reasonable for the students to understand, you can just use the deductive approach. Also, when you want, whereas if you're doing, let's say, volume, but you know that students need to know area and they need to know the volume. So if there are some things that, there's some basic concepts that you need them to get rapidly, but you know it's not so difficult to get, then you can use the deductive approach to get through the rapid attainment of basic familiarity concepts.
All right, this is the end of our presentation, but before we hand over to Dr. Rainford, we want to ask a few questions of our class. We know that we've had a very attentive class, and we want to ask a few questions. And I will begin with Bermuda. Can you tell me what are the key concepts involved in the deductive approach? What's the key idea of the inductive approach? Deductive approach, sorry.
Deductive, you give a definition in deductive, and then explain the concept, and then you give an example. That's deductive.
I didn't quite get what you said. You know, come across very clear.
I said in the deductive approach, you actually give a definition first, or let's say during a concept, give a definition of the actual concept. Then, once the definition is understood, you actually give an example, and then the student or whoever will probably be able to understand it. But like you said earlier, it's better for an older student to understand the deductive approach first, because they already have other things or other concepts in their head.
All right, thank you very much, Rainford. Thank you very much. That was very good. Great student. My second question goes to Western Jamaica. Can you give us one difference between the deductive approach and the inductive approach?
I would say one difference is that the deductive approach is more student-centered than the inductive approach?
Okay, it's kind of the opposite. Inductive is more student-centered than deductive.
Yes.
Deductive is teacher-centered. I'm not sure that's what you wanted to see.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Sorry.
All right. Okay. My last question goes to you, Mona. Can you give me two learning environments where the deductive approach would be a good approach?
I think it's about older learners, but the environment. Explain what you mean by environment. Like you talk about classroom setting or just like
Okay,
style of
two
teaching.
situations or uses places would be used.
Two places would be good.
Repeat the question, please.
What I'm asking, can you give two instances where the deductive approach would be the better approach to use?
Well, since you say older learners, right, have more like a university setting rather than primary school.
Right? And another instance could be when the concept is entirely new. So,
No, I think there must be more when them already have the concept, do the deductive approach. So I think more.
no, it's already. Because remember, with the inductive, you give an example, so they would have to know.
But it's all like inductive is all about trying to develop the concept. So that's how my dad gets it. It seems to me like you say, when you want something, introduce something, I want to develop.
All right, Jamaica, let me assist you.
Hearing what you're saying when you talk to her.
Can I have your attention, Mona?
Yes.
You've already given us one. You said for older learners. I think I heard you say that.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
So somebody else from the class could just give us another one, please.
I was just saying that if the concept is entirely new, that means you have nothing really to build on. So like you're starting from scratch, maybe the deductive would work better in that instance than inductive. I don't know.
Okay, I think that would be, it would depend on what exactly you're about to teach. Because maybe if it's something very abstract, maybe then you could go into deductive. But if it's something where they can use the visual aids and understand it, you can use the inductive approach. But thank you very much for your contribution. Any questions for the two of us before we leave? Okay, I take it you understood everything we said.
When would the inductive be the best?
Inductive?
Alright, I'm going to ask one question because me and my habits.
One question?
No, I'll ask you one question before I leave. Alright, this was the argument we were having. I was thinking that if a concept, if you don't have any concept of it, my personal belief was that you should use the inductive, and someone was saying that no, you should use the deductive. I'd like to ask, which one would you think would be the best approach?
Like I
Like
said,
if I have no concept of something, would the inductive or deductive be better?
okay, like I said, it would depend because, like we said, the deductive is for older learners. So there might be, even if you say it is totally new, there must be something they might know about the topic. So for the older learner, maybe. But say, for example, I'm going to teach volume and it's totally new and I'm teaching it to kids. I would not use the deductive approach. I would not go straight into a definition with the student. I would take it first. I would let them see the box. Then I would take little cubes and I would put it in the box and I would let for themselves that I am building the space of the box using small cubes. So I would use inductive. So once again, it would be based on their persons that you are teaching. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for your attention. We appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We hand over to Dr. Rainford.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia. I learned something today, so you must have done something that was good. I want to congratulate you and thank you for sharing this morning. Now we're going to have the other presentation. I'm running a little behind, so I'm going to ask them quickly to come, and that's Mona English. Seems to be the dynamic duo this morning. Let's see if I can bring up their presentation.
We just sent it. We made a slide
Send another one?
Just a slide change. Gavin, you know.
All right, as soon bring it up. It's not here. It's just loading, but it's really very kind of slow.
And with
Oh, you're talking to me. I'm not seeing it, guys.
So I'm gonna check send on it. I think it might take a
Is
it just one slide?
That's all Gavin's, and I have Omar's. Robin's rather. Okay guys, what I'm doing now is I'm trying to open the presentation that Robin and Gavin will be using, but apparently they just sent me a new presentation and it has not yet reached my inbox, and so I'm not able to open it. So that's the reason for the slight delay here. I had said earlier to those persons who came in first that I have put some information on Orveli, and I have also sent by email that material. Oranthus, you had sent me an email to ask about the critique, and I had put online, and one of the articles that I sent to you, one of the documents really, it's on a critical reflection of an experience. And I just thought you might find it useful. We'll talk a bit about it because you have to do a reflection of this exercise. But the critique really, the critique, it's not, I'm not asking you, what am I asking you to do? I'm simply asking you, firstly, to have an understanding and knowledge of what should have been presented. So if you're looking at, let's say, deductive teaching, then the only way you can do a critique of what was done is to be able to look also, not just at the presentation format, but also at the content. So I don't want you to just look at the format of the presentation, there are two levels here, the content as well as the format. And pretty much what I want you to be able to do is to say, these were the strengths, these were the weaknesses, and what, guys I can't see, what is it that may be different going forward or what you might keep. So it's really not, I'm asking you to analyze what was done in light of what you understand should be required in this context. Look at how it was done and say something about those two things. Make a judgment, an informed judgment.
Yeah, we understand.
You understand?
Hello? Yeah,
Yes,
we do.
yes,
We've already.
right. I was really responding to an email I got from Oranthus.
Yeah,
So
I think
I'm
I
sure
sent that.
everybody had a similar problem. So I'm just making it again so that everybody
From
can.
Alvin.
No, not Albinus. Oranthus.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
So maybe more than you, more than one of you sent me the same thing. I don't know. Maybe that, unless I'm confusing you. All right. So that's that. I'm gonna ask. Here, no. Here.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, good morning. Robin Clark here.
Good morning.
Morning.
Are you getting a feedback?
I'm here. Gavin Sam's here. Alright, so we'll be looking at guided discussions as a teaching method. But before we actually speak specifically on guided discussions, first we have to identify what is a discussion. So we're going to try to put together a working definition of what discussion is. So I'm just going to put it. Yeah.
Are you projecting on the screen right now because we can't see an image?
Alright.
Yeah. Check again.
Check again, please.
Check where?
What are you seeing now?
I know that's good.
In that camera. Oh.
You're seeing Gavin?
I'm seeing both of you, yes. I'm seeing you, I'm seeing
Oh, yeah, so
Dr.
turn it to
Rainford, I'm seeing Gavin.
See anything?
Okay, could you just rotate the camera to the image, please?
The technician is here. He'll sort it out.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No, we see Western Jamaica campus.
Once in a while I start talking, they'll go to them.
Okay. Guys, no, we see those.
Are you seeing it clearly now?
Can everybody establish that, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright.
Alright, so as I said, so we're looking at guided discussions as a method of teaching. Alright, so before we actually delve in guided discussion is, we'll first have to identify what a discussion is, right? Because guided discussion is actually a type of discussion. There are other types, but we are going to be focusing or zooming in on guided discussion as a pedagogical tool. Alright? So what is discussion? What is your notion of discussion? What is your understanding of discussion? I'm going to direct this to Bermuda.
I'm sorry, say the question again.
What's your understanding of discussion? What are the features of a discussion?
It's dialogue between two or more parties. It's a dialogue between two or more parties.
Alright, so it's dialogic, so there's dialogue, back and forth conversation here. Any other contribution?
What is this? Gosh.
Giving up opinions.
All right, yes. Projection of opinions, yeah.
It could be in, I guess, in teacher's form, giving directions. Like, yes, people may not call it discussion, but if you're a teacher and you're directing information to a class, that's a form of a discussion. Would you say or not?
Printing information to the class.
Yeah,
You're
what
saying
the
that
class
that is.
directed it back to.
No, well, I think discussion would suggest like a form of dialogue. It should be dialogic,
Right, okay.
reciprocation of information. Alright, so I don't, well, because based on what I'm getting is that you are identifying like the lecture mode, where the teacher simply,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
which is transfers.
So you want dialogue between.
So yeah, that's a complete opposite of discussion. So lecture is a situation where the teacher considers him or herself as the repository of all knowledge and simply disposes such knowledge to the students who, I think Dr. Rainford had actually mentioned this, that the students would be considered to have come to the class as blank slates, and all that you are doing is simply imprinting knowledge on these slates, right? So that's a lecture mode. But for discussion though, as was identified earlier, it's a back and forth form of conversation. So it's dialogic. Alright? So this is the definition, this is one of the definitions that we're working with. So discussion involves two-way communication between participants. Alright, so in the classroom situation, right? An instructor and learners all participate. So there's active participation on the part of learners and the instructor, teacher. Alright? So during discussions, the instructor naturally will spend some time listening while the learner speak, or the learners speak. Alright? So discussion therefore is a more active process for learners. Alright? So all the participants in the learning process are actively involved. Alright? Another definition. A discussion is the means by which people share experiences, ideas, and attitudes. As it helps to foster learners' involvement in what they are learning, it may contribute to desired attitudinal changes. Discussion may be used in the classroom for the purpose of lesson development, making learners apply what they have learned, or to monitor students' learning by way of feedback. So it's operated from the premise that students come to the class with some form of knowledge. Alright? We don't consider them to be simply blank slates. They come with some form of experience, and in this particular context, discussion will facilitate an improvement almost on these experiences. And students will be able to contribute their experiences to class discussions. Alright, so for us, discussion is a technique used for pulling knowledge and ideas, because at times students might not think that they have any knowledge about a particular content or concept. Right? So we're actually extracting knowledge from these students and ideas, and to an extent fostering an appreciation for different views specific to particular issues. Alright? So it can be applied to a small group or a larger group. A larger group of individuals assigned to discuss a certain topic within certain time limits. So,
in relation to the Lorenzo good, we're going to use it to demonstrate, but not at this moment. It's not. Yeah, it seems to be the old one. Go on. Anyways.
Alright, so uses of
discussion.
Guided discussions. So one ideal for a topic without consensus. And what do I mean by this? Guided discussion would be suitable for a controversial issue. So looking at English, for example, like a topic that is controversial, the legalization of marijuana. So we have almost like a battlefield, right? So there are different views. So in order to generate ideas as to why marijuana should or should not be legalized, students will be given the opportunity to project their views because naturally it will be contrasting, right? It can initiate inquiry sessions, review material because as was said before, students will have some knowledge. So if it's a continuation of a topic, then the students will naturally have some form of information working with. So you can use this as a means of testing whether or not the students actually understood particular concepts that were previously taught. Alright? Discussion serves best when the students have a background in the content of the discussion, and we address that. Alright? It is used when the instructor wants the students to practice analysis and evaluation or to examine opinions. So to an extent it's high level thinking. So not to regurgitate information, but to actually critically appreciate information that is disposed. Right? And the discussion is a common method for allowing exploration of beliefs and attitudes. So to an extent it promotes almost tolerance because we live in a society where there are different views. Right? None of us will have the same beliefs as it relates to a particular phenomenon. Right? So, to an extent, it will promote some form of tolerance for accepting other people's ideas based on whatever premise it is that they have. Alright. For example, adopting the pedagogical approach of constructivism, which we've looked at some time before, discussion as a teaching method may be used to introduce persuasive discourse. I would say persuasive discourse because it's not limited to persuasive writing. Because general conversation, if I have a view and Joe has a contrasting view, then that's already a controversy, right? We're having an oral discussion, right? For example, the teacher may ask students to discuss their views about the Vibes Cartel trial and the ultimate conviction. So the discussion will be unguided initially, so the students will be chatting, presenting their views to each other, right? To allow for free expression, so we're not imposing anything on the students, right? And then the teacher creates a table with headings, factual statements, opinionated statements. So in the latter, we'll see from the table, we could actually generate, and the table will actually reflect the views presented by the students, whether they are factual or opinionated. Because I'm sure that some students will actually make reference to sources of authority, maybe an expert who has contributed something to the case, particular evidence from the case. All those will be considered to be factual references. But then naturally, people might posit views like freedom of expression, there's no hard evidence rather, to convict him of such a crime. So those will be features of an opinion, right? So in the latter, as I said before, the teacher will actually guide or frame the discussion, so it doesn't become a chaotic situation. And in this case, there's reciprocal interaction of student and teacher. So the teacher in this particular situation wouldn't project him or herself as all-knowing, right? So the teacher would be a perpetual learner, learning from the students as much as the students will actually learn from the teacher. Alright, so what is this? Framing discussion. It is important to note, though, that the benefits of discussion in general, because we've just looked at discussion in general, are some of the same benefits of using guided discussion in particular. Alright? So, based on what we've just said about discussion generally, and we've actually alluded to some examples which would give you a working idea of what guided discussion is, I'm now going to ask, how, Western Campus this time, how would you define guided discussion as a teaching method? Okay. How would you define it as a teaching method?
Dario? Turn campus, could you offer a definition of guided discussion?
WJC, are you there?
We're here. The guided discussion, it has to do with when you ask questions so as to get the different opinions from persons, but you are directing them in a particular way.
Alright. Thank you. So, thank you, Derek. Guided discussion is an active learning technique that encourages students to reflect on their own experiences, explore alternative ways of thinking, connect to a topic, and improve analytical skills. So, to an extent, it's exactly what you've just said, Darren. Alright? As students participate, they demonstrate their knowledge and understanding of the topic, promoting a deeper comprehension of the material. The teacher can use guiding questions to help students create content together, allowing him or her to become a facilitator of information rather than the lecturer. We spoke to this. Alright? So small teams of students working in groups increase students' interactivity with each other as they construct rather than acquire knowledge. And we're going to... Alright, so this is a situation. So it's a more construction of knowledge. So in the situation where students are involved in their own learning, naturally they'll take some responsibility for what they learn, right? And it'll be more meaningful to the students because they are considered to be a part of the learning process, right? And naturally, again, the students will learn better when it is that they're actually developing knowledge. And the teacher facilitating or guiding such a process. So the example Lorenzo would. Alright, so the class will be given this particular situation to present to a panel of members of the school board. So this is the scenario. Lorenzo Good is a 5th form student at Bakersfield High. He moved around with a group of boys who are always very noticeable. Lorenzo has had some problems in the past. He had one letter sent to him for his parents to come in and see the principal. That was when it was discovered that he was often left on his own as his father was in New York, and his mother made many long and frequent trips to Panama as an informal commercial importer. Alright, so it's a learning process. And let me just ask, what do you think an informal commercial importer would be? Who is such a person? A drug dealer. Yeah, in Jamaica we refer to them as igglers. So persons who actually go overseas to purchase particular products with the aim of reselling. Alright? So we refer to them as igglers. Alright? So on this occasion, continuing. On this occasion, he was in Miss Stevens' English class. He sat next to Clark Bailey, a boy who had not long arrived from England and who was having some adjustment problems. So the class was quietly writing when Miss Stevens popped out to use her cell phone. She heard a crash just as she was connecting to her travel agent. She rushed back into the class to see Lorenzo with knife in hand. Clive was on the floor. "But it's not mine, miss," said Lorenzo. Keisha, who was sitting behind, shrugged her shoulders. "Sorry, miss, I was doing my work." As there's a very strict rule about weapons in the school, Lorenzo was taken to the principal in preparation for disciplinary action. So, students would naturally be assigned to groups, right? Possibly assigned, or they could willingly form groups. So group 1 would be assigned responsibility of making a case for Lorenzo's expulsion. So make notes on the case that they would present and elect somebody to make such a presentation. So the task of group 1 would be to defend the expulsion of Lorenzo based on the account. Group 2 now would make a case for Lorenzo staying in school. And again, somebody will present on the group's behalf. So we are seeing a conflict, right? Group 3, as the school board, you are called on to decide the case. Naturally, you'll have to be privy to the details of the case, and they are supposed to prepare questions you may want to ask. Then listen to the evidence and ask questions. Decide the case. So ultimately, we're having an interactive session coming up. As a policy making group, read and discuss any policy statements or issues presented before you hear the case. Decide on the steps to be taken and report to the board. So we are seeing where we have 4 groups there assigned different responsibilities, assuming different roles. So we don't have a constructive waste of time, where all the students are actually doing the same thing. So they're charged with different responsibility, and each group will actually learn from each other, or the students will actually learn from each other, based on the different responsibilities that they are assigned. Just to pick up on this one before. You might ask, what is the benefit of doing such a thing? So, well, let me direct the question to anybody who feels moved to respond. Why would we actually...
Mona. Yeah, I'm saying.
Alright, so Mona, why would we actually assign the students to different groups and having them different responsibility, although there's a general case, a specific case that's presented?
Yes. So you know, because when at first you said that there was it was not guided, and then, so they were just on their own. So you guide them, no, this is your task, this is your task, this is your task. So at the end of the day, when they're presenting, they are having a discussion. So they are telling what they know, what the students are learning at the same time. So they are learning. It's a one-to-one.
Alright, so
2 weeks.
alright. Any other contribution? Because there are a lot of things coming with of this. Any other? What common sense would you assume would be supporting such a decision? Why would the teacher decide to put the students in groups and give them different responsibilities, although it's one case? Others? Any other contribution? Alright. So we're seeing in an event, you will actually zoom in on the idea that this classroom will be interactive, as we're seeing. Alright? So the defining feature of this class would be a task-oriented classroom. Right? So students are given responsibilities and they are supposed to carry out these responsibilities. Alright? So, in effect, learning will be purposeful. And I mean, these are situations where students are pretty much familiar with. The whole idea of migration we see coming out. Because the father is overseas and the mother travels at times. And these are situations that, as Jamaican students, we can identify with.
And also, too, I don't know if you heard me, also, too, this is also another way of teaching students persuasive writing. They're actually going to use persuasive skills probably without even realizing, and also even report writing, because somebody would have to write a report about what happened or what did not happen.
Yeah.
All right.
So different skill sets being developed at once. And this notion too, guys, the word informal notion, right? And we know that informal for dead in a Jamaican context, right? So we saw where even though this female student who was next to Lorenzo saw everything that happened, she was convinced that she was doing her work and not privy to anything that transpired. Right. So based on all that, so we're rushing. It brings to mind the whole concept of engaged pedagogy. And this was actually presented by Bell Hooks. Right? So it is a mutual and equal engagement of students and teachers in the quest for and dissemination of knowledge. Alright, so both teachers and the students are actually learning from each other, right? So learning therefore becomes experiential. So it's not a situation where we flood them with techniques or strategies using persuasive writing, but it will be like a discovery learning idea. So when they are defending the expulsion of Lorenzo or defending Lorenzo staying in school, they'll actually realize that they're actually manipulating persuasive skills or strategies to achieve their particular object. Alright? So learning therefore becomes experiential, purposeful because it's something that they can relate to, it's not something divorced from them, and it is meaningful because maybe at times they might find themselves in such a situation, or a similar situation, where they have to defend themselves. So guided discussion values students' expressions and opinions that they bring to the teaching and learning experience. So no student is vilified in this situation. No student is considered to be an outcast. Each contribution is appreciated. Alright, so in effect, both teacher and students learn, empower, and they are empowered. Because this is how we actually ensure that students become confident about whatever beliefs it is that they have. Alright? Am I losing anybody?
No. It's okay, it's okay.
Alright, so uses and features of guided discussion. Alright, so they're intertwined. So guided discussions help students construct knowledge for themselves. You realize that. Students must have base knowledge to work from. So they have to come with some form of experience, some idea, something that they already know in order to contribute meaningfully to a guided discussion. Because if they don't know anything, well, can they discuss? Alright? They will have, not to say that all the students will know the same things, because they have to learn, they will learn from each other. Alright? But the students will actually bring to the table some form of experience or knowledge. Alright? So more varied. Alright, so let me just quickly go to the three last. So to clarify, review, or summarize, because a particular topic might have been taught. And this is just a means of ensuring that all the students are on par. To help the teacher determine if students understand key concepts, yeah? And to secure students' interest and participation. So we are varying the teaching style, right? Because at times, the lecture mode will be ideal, all right? Advantages of guided discussions. Increase students' interest, increases students' acceptance. Guys, what should have happened here is that the possessive marker should have been represented, right? So increase students' interest, increases students' acceptance and commitments, foster connection to a topic, and affirm students as co-creators of knowledge. Alright, so they are creating knowledge. Results in more permanent learning because of high degree of student participation. Expose students to a variety of perspectives. Help them recognize and investigate their assumptions and improve listening, conversation, and critical thinking skills. Alright, so quickly running. What their disadvantages associated. So guided discussions are unpredictable and objectives may not be achieved. It could be time consuming too. And I think teacher needs to be highly skilled for discussions to be manageable as well as purposeful. I mean, it could be unpredictable and objectives may not be achieved, especially when the teacher is not equipped with the skills to manage his or her class. And the third, some students may become frustrated because they feel left out of the discussion. So again, this boils down to the skills that the teacher brings to the class. Because if the teacher doesn't have good management skills, then the classroom will become a circus, right? So we'll have students competing to present their ideas where others sit, not benefiting from the process at all. Alright, so all this would, you'd realize that the disadvantages will be pretty much akin to the teacher's management skills. Alright, so this is the idea now, guys. And we're all familiar with this genre of music. Dancehall music should be banned. That is the idea, and I'm sure that we've heard quite a number of debates specific to this particular mood. That dancehall music should be banned.
Is
So
it-
now,
it's
guys,
just topic.
yes?
You say something?
No, it's
Alright, so Alvinus, I'm going to direct this to you. What is your position on this? I'm sure that you are familiar with dancehall music. Do you think that there's any worth in banning dancehall music in Jamaica?
okay.
Alvinus?
Alvinus.
Did you call me?
Yes, we call you, sir. We're asking you to give us your views on this move.
On whether dancehall music should be banned in Jamaica?
As a musical form in Jamaica, and we're asking you for your view or views.
I do not think it should be banned right off the bat. I think whether something should be banned, whether a form of music should be banned or not, has to do with the content and not necessarily the musical style. I think it's content that would determine whether it should be banned. So I know that there are a lot of dancehall music songs where the content is questionable in terms of the moral values that are accepted generally in our society. And on that basis, I would say if the dancehall music has such content, it should be banned from public, not banned outright, but banned from public radio stations and so on.
I should have a time.
But why would you say it should be banned from the public domain?
I'm not sure if ban is the right word, probably censored or probably regulated.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Western Jamaica, your views? I keep saying Dara because I know her name. So I don't. Regina is there. Any thought? Any contribution in relation to this mood? Western Jamaica?
No, it shouldn't be banned because if a ban is imposed, in my opinion, I would actually view it as an infringement on the right to express oneself.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Mona, what are your views? Do you think, what is your view in relation to this mood?
It's wide open because they have different form of dance and music. So when I say that they have, it's like it is a band farm, but it's not like say a band content. Like it's not the lyrics, it's not like say okay, you band the vulgar lyrics. Because whatever man do a dance and music, but they sing a gospel song using dance and music.
Okay. Okay. Alright.
So that's a go more into content.
Saint Lucia?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, could you give us your thoughts on this mood? Bermuda, sorry. Bermuda, yeah.
You want our opinion?
Just to talk.
Oh, we don't.
Well, I don't think it should be banned. I think.
How could you tell what they should do in their country? How could we give an opinion about what to do in your country?
That's true.
Dancehall doesn't. Like you can't say. I don't know.
The problem we're having is this. We should not have a right to tell you what you should do in your own country. You understand? That's the problem. But an opinion would be dancehall music should not be banned. It's a form of expression. That's an opinion. I don't think it should, I don't think it should be banned.
Okay. Alright, thank you very much. What we have used this. You don't have an opinion of our dancehall, but to be honest, we don't own it,
because of the minutes.
No, we understand, you understand that.
Because the idea is, guys, we're trying to underscore the idea that learners will come to the classroom with different levels of knowledge, right? So I think you will basically have a basic understanding of dance or music, but not much. We here in Jamaica will have more, would be more knowledgeable about dance or music. So too would be members of the Western Jamaica campus, but you have some knowledge, right? So students will come to the class with different levels of knowledge.
All right. Okay. All right. The real purpose of asking the question though is that we had a particular lesson or a particular objective in mind. Our objective today was to help you, the students, come up with give us your views, and then we show you that these views now are actually main points or topic sentences or main ideas that can be used in an argumentative essay. Alright, so when one person said infringement on somebody's right, another person said you should ban, what you really should police is the content and not the style. So these are different ways or views of how students, you the students, can use these points to develop your own argumentative essay. Alright? Thank you very much. That's our presentation.
Okay, thank you guys. Thanks, Mona, English. Thanks, St. Bishop. I'm going to need that soon, so you don't have to show me. That's soon. Thank you very much. We have had then all our presentations for this first assignment, and your task now is to evaluate, to write a two-pager, critiquing one, okay? And so you now have the full complement of presentations. I want to also say that I have put online a document. It's probably biased towards the sciences. I may have to go back and edit EDTL5000 so you can get the right version. I thought I had sent you the right version. I obviously hadn't. A document that speaks to when to use a lecture and a discussion. It's a little word file that you might find useful, especially in light of what, perhaps a useful summary, even what Robin and Gavin have just presented. So when you have some time, you want to look at that and just to shore up what it is that they may have said, as well as to perhaps use that as the basis for helping to guide your critique when you are looking at it. Okay? From time to time, I will put other such materials up for you, not so that we necessarily will spend some time looking at it, but just so that we can use it to enhance our own knowledge base or improve our own knowledge base. I'm going to do a very short presentation now on active learning. You have some stuff from here. Let's go ahead. Okay. Hello, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Excellent. I have not seen the references as yet. I'm hoping that you're working on them. The references for micro-teaching.
Oh, okay.
As a technique for instruction. Right? Remember, you need to put that up for me.
Dr. Rainford.
I'm listening.
We are still having issues getting onto Orville.
Did you get the? That's true. That's true. Because when I went online yesterday, I saw that your names were not on the list, and I also spoke to the person in the Emmett Online office, asking her to rectify it for me. So I haven't gone on since morning, but I noticed that, and I have tried to address it. Okay? But in that event, what I'm going to suggest that you do for me is send by email your examples of your references, and then I will upload it, and then I will send you what's there. We'll do the email approach to communication until you are on.
Okay.
You can see everything.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you
But
very
I
much.
haven't seen anything as yet. I will send it to you though as soon as I get that. So you can send it to me by email, and I'll do the same. Send you what others have
All
put
right.
up. All right? But I'm working from our end to sort you out.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I want you to look at that little 2-page sort of notes in brief on lecture and discussion, and you can have a look at it and see what it is that you may want to address based on what Gavin and Sams have just done. Gavin and Robin have just done. Okay, now let's look very quickly at active learning. I'm not going to go through all the slides, but I want to talk a bit about it because I've sent you the PowerPoint, but I want to just focus on some of the aspects of that I think you need to talk about. And I want to, first of all, have a discussion. Now, we just talked about guided discussion, so I want to talk a bit about what it means. What's the definition? And it's learning. It involves providing opportunities for students to meaningfully talk, listen, write, read, reflect on content, ideas, issues, concerns in any particular discipline. So that's a definition that Myers and Jones have put forward, and I thought it's a useful definition, and I want us to work with it for a little. I want to make a distinction between active learning and activity. Okay? Now, an activity is an exercise in which students will be engaged in doing something with their hands. So they may be at the computer, and they may be going to a particular site, and they may be required to view a simulation of some sort. That's an activity that you might embed within your lesson. The fact that you're doing an activity is likely to promote active learning, but it isn't necessarily so. Students can be engaged in doing activities, but they are not actively learning anything. So the activity in and of itself does not indicate, or it doesn't guarantee that active learning will take place. I really want you to get this, because many times we use activities, we have lots of good activities, but something is missing that prevents the learner from being actively engaged. Sometimes it's the level at which the activity is put. Sometimes it's the way it is introduced. Sometimes it is the inadequate prior knowledge on which students can have so that they can draw on to make what it is that they're doing relevant and meaningful. But certainly, we need to be mindful of that. That activities do not necessarily mean active learning. Active learning involves providing opportunities for students to carry out these things, but these opportunities must involve some amount of reflection on the issues so as to promote learning. All right? And that word reflection is a word that's going to come back to haunt you in many ways. Okay? So it's a technique that shifts the focus from the teacher and places the responsibility on the student. The student now has to practice how to apprehend this knowledge, how to grasp it, how to understand it, how to understand the skills so that it becomes meaningful. So that's the reason why the reflection is important. So the information is there, but we have to create the environment. We have to create the mechanism that will facilitate, that will enable the student being able to apprehend that knowledge, to grasp it, to get to it. And sometimes it's how we package it. So if you think of a package that is all taped up, that has, what kind of glue is the strongest glue? That sort of glue. Okay, or duct tape. And you just tape it up so it's finally nicely packaged, but you can't open it, you can't access it. We have to find a way to ensure that whatever we put before the learner has the ability to get to it, or else that will not take place. So, how do we get students to do this? First of all, we recognize the features of active learning. This business of being engaged. This is of being attentive. This business of developing this critical thinking and retaining more content over a longer time. That's the evidence. That's what you're going to see happening with your students. If you're not seeing this, you may want to think about what it is that you're asking them to do. All right, I want to get down to this slide now. I want you to think now a little bit about what are some of the benefits of active learning for teachers. We have talked about them for students. We've been doing this for quite a while. I want you now to think and just right now, I want you to, I'm now engaging in an active learning activity, and it's a writing activity. I'm asking you to reflect on what you understand about active learning, based on what we have been saying, and I want you to think about what are the benefits for teachers and what are some of the barriers to active learning. And I'm going to give you just a minute or two. Benefits, it's in red at the bottom of your screen. What are some of the benefits for teachers of active learning and what are some of the barriers? I give you 2 minutes to write.
Benefits for teachers. Understand the student. Go strong.
Thank you. What was that? Thank you, Rick.
True. But then they don't want. What are the barriers to that's your next thing?
Anything that will prevent the
And do activities every day. Or, no, it's not activities.
Yeah, but it's probably.
Okay, that's your 2 minutes.
What?
That's your 2 minutes.
Yeah, but I guess it's supposed to come on side.
Yeah, that should have been. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to see if we can get a response from each site. So, I'm going to start with Western Jamaica. Who do we have there?
Adrian here.
Okay, Adrian, let's go with you.
Okay, for the benefits, well, learning is more conceptually based, and students are more interested in the material.
And so in turn, the teacher feels more encouraged because of the kind of benefits of it.
Yes, it can be motivational for teacher as well as the student.
Yes.
Yes. You want to take the barriers at this time as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, for the barriers,
Teacher may use a style, teachers may choose to use a method that the students don't want to participate in. When, for example, I have students who love to talk, right? So if I ask them to express themselves orally, they will do it. But if I ask them to write, I'll never get anything at all.
Okay.
Because they just don't feel, even though they learn and even though they are sure of what they know, they are not willing to express themselves otherwise. So I think that's a barrier
What you have said
to
is that,
assessing if somebody has actually actively learned.
all right, so we have said, so far we have said that active learning may be motivational for the teacher as well. Because when the teacher engages, uses this approach, the students will perhaps learn, and so this will motivate the teacher even further. But you have also said that the students themselves may not necessarily appreciate, or they may not want to participate in the approach used by the teacher. And so this in and of itself will cause them to be disinterested. And so using active learning strategies may in fact not work. Am I right? Have I summarized it correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Can we hear from Mona? Yes, Joma, go ahead.
One of the barriers I was thinking of.
Lift up your book and turn to the mic.
One of the barriers I was thinking about was that the activity that the teacher used may not be appropriate, and there was probably just been a waste of time.
All right, so you're saying that, and you're perhaps using an example to support what Western Jamaica have just said, that the activities the teacher chooses may not be appropriate. The active learning activities may not be appropriate, and so the students may, for the grade level, and the students may find it a waste of their time. All right.
And I guess a waste of time for the teachers
as well.
There's no point coming to class with that. Or what that activity.
But the reason why it might be a waste of that activity, might be a waste of time, is that maybe the teacher don't really have that in-depth understanding of the topic to present that activity that will learn.
All right, so what you've said is that the teacher's knowledge base, the teacher's perhaps pedagogical knowledge or content knowledge, may not be adequate to allow for using some activities to enhance and facilitate learning. So one may be in the choice of the particular activity may be based on the teacher's limitations, the teacher's knowledge base. All right? You have another comment?
Well, as a barrier, I think it might be taxing on the teachers because pre-planning planning for the actual activity. The teacher resources might not be available for the most part. It will be taxing, yes. But then the reality of the Jamaican school context, where classrooms are large, I think having activities that promote active learning might be a challenge for the teacher too.
So you're saying the actual environment, the context, the class sizes may be a barrier for promoting active learning.
Because you couldn't manage, you don't remember that the activity or not.
Because you can't monitor.
Yeah, you have a class of 40, 50.
I don't want you to confuse activity with active learning.
No.
You see when you see how I started?
Yeah.
Yes, because activity you can have active learning without necessarily having hands-on activities. It's two different things. Hands-on activities will promote active learning, but they don't necessarily guarantee active learning.
But maybe if the student actually did the activity, he would get an active learning.
Yes, but it depends on how the activity is packaged. The student may come out of the activity with misconceptions.
No, the point what I try to make is not that, but like I'm saying is that you have the resources. This particular student, if you actually did the activity,
yes, you would learn something.
But because of the large class,
monitoring is not there.
Cannot be able to monitor it.
Yes,
So you
yes.
can sit down and back and
Okay, I got that. All right? St. Lucia. Let's hear from you, Crescentiana. Let me hear Crescentiana this time, Agnes.
Okay, what I said was that it depends on the active learning technique being used at the time. It can assist the teacher in transitioning and making it easy to teach the concept. So that would be the benefit. The barrier, it depends on what is being used for the active learning. Sometimes it might take up a bit of time. Because if, say, for example, you're doing a guided discussion, then the students, each one might want to give their own input, and it's going to take up on some time.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Thanks, Crescentiana. Let me hear from you, Maroney.
Well, we have the benefits, feedback, and understanding the students' ability of their strengths and weaknesses. Also aiding class management.
And one there.
And our barrier was lost to students who didn't learn it.
Breaking up Maroney. I didn't hear the last part. I didn't hear the barrier. Where are you, Rick?
The barrier was not every student will learn that way, so you might lose the student.
Okay, so you may find that the strategies that they may use may not, students may not be particularly receptive to it. You have hit much of them. There are some others that you have not introduced, which I have here. One barrier, the barriers I'm talking about now, barriers include the teacher's self-perceptions and self-definitions. In other words, if I think that if I consider myself I have a certain approach to teaching, and I think my role is I view my role in a particular way, then this may not predispose me. I'm not predisposed to using active learning strategies. And so you may want to, therefore, think about yourself as a teacher, think about the learner in order to overcome that barrier. The comfort and the anxiety that change creates, because what we're saying is that, we're asking you to share the power, share the space, and that in and of itself does create some anxiety for many teachers, because it is not the norm, it's not the way we have been cultured, it's not the way we have been taught, it's not what we're accustomed to. And so to shift to make that shift is challenging. There's other situation where you may feel ridiculed by your colleagues because you may be in a context where this is not the norm. And so you may feel that you may stick out, that your colleagues may feel that you are trying to show them up. And so there may be this fear of taking this risk. We all spoke about the limited time. We spoke about the preparation time. And we spoke about the large class sizes and the possibilities, the challenges. And of course, sometimes active learning will require equipment, and as such, you may not have the resources for involving the students.
Or a large number of equipment or a large class as well.
Exactly, to be enough equipment to go around. So there are constraints, and I'm going to stop here and give you a time to break and for a couple of minutes. But I want you to, what I want to do is to help you to recognize that teaching requires for you to make some choices. And sometimes we can use active learning strategies and activity-based learning strategies, I should say. Because activity involves, doing stuff with different resource materials. That's fine. But we should never compromise on active learning. Because it is only when the mind is engaged that the learner is going to get anything out of the experience. So, active learning doesn't necessarily require activity, but it does require for the student to be cognitively involved. There should be meaningful talking, listening, writing, reading. Those are all very key to ensuring that the learner is, and in many instances doing, the learner is actively engaged in what is taking place.
Dr. Rainford?
Yes, Crescentiana.
And just one other barrier I see is that it's not only about this, the teacher for the barriers. The students sometimes, if you're the only one who's trying that technique, you can get a lot of negativity from the students because they're accustomed to being in a class where they just sit and they learn if they want. So when you enforce that they need to be engaged, they kind of give you that negative feedback.
That's very true, and thank you for that comment, because the truth is that what you have hit on is the fact that active learning is not likely to be successful in a context that doesn't support active learning. The business of how students learn and teaching has to be a sort of school driven. It has to be broader than the individual teacher, more far-reaching. It has to be a sort of decision taken by the school or by a department or by a grade level, a way of teaching students. And so you're right, because outside of that, the teacher can feel quite isolated. Okay? And then you say, okay, I can't bother with this because the students just, and then you revert to what you want to move away from. So when you think of active learning, we know that it falls within the constructivist paradigm, the constructivist orientation of the teaching and learning. And much of what we have been doing in terms of the inductive approach to teaching and this is a conceptual change and concept development falls within that paradigm. The way the strategies that we're thinking of using fall within the paradigm that says the students must participate in learning. All right? When we come back after break, I'm going to be looking at teaching skills and also planning. Planning will take us back after lunch. as usual, I tend to plan more than I can manage. But we will see what happens with the assessment this afternoon. All right? So let me give you 10 minutes, a 10 minutes break, and then we will come back to look at planning and instructional theory. Okay? You have 10 minutes.
Dr. Manning,
Water break. Bathroom break.
Dr. Manning,
I'm listening, I'm listening.
are we gonna still do the data tax for what our teaching styles?
Yes. Oh, sorry. We haven't done this yet, but we are going to.
Okay.
I'm going to put it online, really. All right. I have an instrument that you're going to use.
On the phone.
Oh, there's some pressure on the back.
I actually can really do it. Yeah, that comes in. Games on the level.
Yeah, because I have no style.
Yeah. And if you know, where come from?
I work. I didn't know that.
Fractions. With fractions.
Hello?
I do it purposely.
Yeah? Oh, no, my body that, okay. But all I agree is that, alright? Okay.
And you realize that students simply want to get the idea from you, and then and they understand to press my use, I can listen to them and the student, they might answer that question or label someone, like you can go to jail. Trust you in such a way. They were excited about the lecture, they can't think critically. So, kind of talk quickly. Give speeches that I listen to. Give them like a rubric to assess the speech. The first class, because I'm doing the two lessons. First one was chaotic, so my computer can now work. Who never remember if we carry phones, and that's a parent problem. So it can be chaotic. I don't know, can't use it every time. So never let go of class come assist you. Is it a new script? All the time. Because if you don't have time to look at the lecture, then
Hello, anybody there? Oh, look, everybody.
As in, oh, like animal. You're talking about animals.
And the teacher said,
We're here.
Yeah.
One is eating. Come on now, we're ready.
I think it's a computer.
The plural of computer mouse is mouses.
It's
What
more
about the animal?
The animal is mice.
no, what I was saying, I was the animal we are talking about. Oh, in that top. Oh, you know, remember saying computer.
The computer plural is mouses.
No, I was saying about a case where a teacher
Correctly, and the parents came there and she was saying that. Very upset.
I can really imagine.
But I didn't say to the teacher. I said, you know what I did? This when I started teaching language. First thing I did before I bought about 3 grammar books. And then sat down and I read them. And every year before I started the class, I buy a grammar book and just refresh.
Okay guys, we're ready to go, ready to go. Who is off now? That's us. We're off. The middle one, that's us.
No, you see the one that's on that's original instructional theory?
That's you?
That's us. If you go in front of it, you'll see it.
Who's in the middle? I can't get this.
There's nobody in the middle.
If you go in there, you'll see it.
Okay, alright, fine. So, no, but there's St. Lucia, there's Western Jamaica, there's Bermuda. Somebody missing?
No.
Okay, alright, fine. We're all here. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent, okay. We're going into planning. Before we look at planning, we're gonna look at what I've chosen to call instructional theory and drawing on the work of Madeleine Hunter, who has done a lot of work in this area. And I'm going to just speak to some of the issues that you want to consider when you're planning. Now, some of this may seem as if we're repeating, and perhaps in some instances we are. But what I'm trying to do is to address the key ideas from different angles so that you don't miss it. Okay? I want to ensure you don't miss it. And so she outlines 5 key guiding principles of instruction that we want you to. By now you'd have got them, but I'm reinforcing here that learners must be engaged. But she further adds, engaged in solving real-world problems. So the kinds of activities that you're going to introduce in your classes should at some point incorporate real-world problems. In other words, contextualize the learning and activity into the students' lived experiences. Ensure that they can see the application to what they're doing and what they're learning and their daily living. So real world is important. So that's Hunter's. The second thing she says is that it's promoted when we begin where the learner is. Acknowledge that the learner has something, some information, some experience on which you can build. So when you're going to be planning for teaching, you've got to ask yourself the question, what does the learner know that I can use as a fulcrum, as a pivot, as a platform from which to launch my lesson? Okay? So you have got to consider where the learner is as you begin to think about planning. All right? So the third thing is that as you plan you need to ensure that there is opportunity for some sort of showing, some sort of demonstration, some sort of helping learner to see what you're trying to say. Now this seeing can be done in an abstract way, maybe by use of analogies or some such approach, as well as it can be, real, a real demonstration. But there must be some mechanism built into your instructional theory that allows the learner to see what it is that you're trying to say. So you must be able to demonstrate to the learner what it is that you're getting them to learn. And the other two, learning is promoted when the teacher allows, when the new knowledge is applied by the learner. So not only must the teacher consider where the learner is, not only must the learner the teacher connect the material to what the learner does on a daily basis. The learner must be required to apply that knowledge, use it in some way. So if you're teaching plurals, the learner must be able to use that new knowledge. So the plural of mouse is mice. Okay? If we're talking about the animals, we're just now in Jamaica. So the learner must use that knowledge. And how you come from mouse to mice and not house to heis, I don't know. But if you understand what I'm saying, the learner has to use that knowledge. Okay? Because this may just be an anomaly. And this may be an exception. Because if mouse, plural, mice, then house, plural, should be heis. But it isn't. Okay? So, those sorts of things the learner has to use. Alright? And finally, Clark has never thought about it. And I just thought about it as I stood up right here. And so this is just my reflection in practice. Learning is promoted when new knowledge is integrated into the learner's world. So you take that knowledge now and you say, no, okay, how can I make sense of this? How can I use this to adjust what I'm doing? So these are what you call the 5 cardinal principles, the guiding principles. And if you notice that thinking about teaching then and planning, because we're going into planning, you've got to plan for the learner. It means that we have to plan for the learner in mind. Sometimes we plan, and we plan only with the material in mind. We think about how we can teach this thing. But we have got to think about teaching the learner. Okay? And so we have to consider the learner in the planning process. That's what Hunter is saying. And you consider these components. You consider what the learner's experience, what the learner brings to the environment, how are you going to demonstrate this, how is it you're going to have the learner apply it in their own context. Okay. Now, when we're thinking of teaching and presenting your lessons, there are some things that we need to do. And these are on the screen right now. Your lesson introduction must be interesting. It must be engaging. It must be something that's going to, in a format, in a way that's going to cause the students to feel, yeah, I want to continue with this. So, as you plan for your teaching, and as you're going to plan for your micro teaching, you're going to consider an introduction that is calculated to arouse students' interests. You should, in some way, make the students understand, help them to know where you're going with this lesson. What do I want to do at the end of this lesson? And some teachers state the objectives explicitly. Sometimes they are paraphrased in terms of questions. Sometimes they are just stated without, sort of overview, summarized in some way, but at least the learners should know where you're going. If you have taken time to consider the objectives, which we shall do shortly, then you must also ensure you teach to the objectives. So you can't just put them there because your vice principal or your head of department says that you must have objectives, and then you go off on your own frolic. Okay? You must ensure that the objectives undergird all of what it is that you're trying to do. So it means that when you're finished preparing your lesson, you should be able to take your objectives and see now, have I addressed this objective? Has it come out in some way in my lesson? Is this how I need the objective to be reflected? Because sometimes we have objectives that are at a particular level. For example, the objective may say that we should differentiate between, let us say, vertebrates and invertebrates. And in the lesson, we only we present the material at a comprehension level. So you say, students, the activities and the format of the lesson only allows the students to be able to understand what are vertebrates and understand what are invertebrates. But we never create the space in the lesson for them to pull the two together and to differentiate. And so we have not taught to the objectives in that sense. Though we have taught about vertebrates and though we have taught about invertebrates, if our intention is for students to be able to differentiate, then we have got to create that space within the lesson. I'm not saying you must teach them the differentiation. I'm saying that you must create the space for that to take place. Perhaps by way of an activity. Illustrate or model the concept or skill learned. So you need to show. Okay? Show by doing, show by acting, show by using a picture of some sort, but show. So this morning when we were talking, when those guys were doing the math lesson, they had some visuals where they were showing us the cube and the dimensions that make up the volume. You need to consider when measuring the volume of the cube. All right? Check for understanding. Check, check, check. And we're going to look at assessment. So all of these things are tied up. Okay? Provide practice and provide guided practice and feedback. We're going to talk about those concepts in a little while. Guided practice, what we mean by feedback. Okay? Provide opportunities for independent practice. We live in a context, we operate in a context where we use a lot of group activity, a lot of discussion, but there must be a space in your class for some amount of independent practice. This may be homework, this may be before classwork, or it may even be within the class. But we must not forget that there is need for us to be deliberate about independent practice. And at some point, we must bring the thing to an end. And we must know we have come to an end. We must move on where we are. Okay? We'll come back to this, I think, in this. Let's go back. So when we think about teaching then, and planning for teaching, we recognize that we are going to make some professional decisions. And we started this course by talking about the knowledge base of teachers. We have been looking at this, the different aspects of teacher knowledge that are important. We know, for example, that there is need for knowledge of the content, the subject matter content. Why is it that we have mouse and mice and house and houses? Subject matter content. But we also need to consider the learners. How do learners behave? For example, not just how will they grasp this material. You spoke about this earlier. You spoke about the fact that sometimes students may not be interested in a particular approach or in a particular strategy, and so it may cause learning to, it may inhibit the process of learning. And so you've got to think about the learner. Is this age appropriate? Is this something I'd want them to do? Okay? What will they be able to do? How will they show that they have learned. And then we also have to consider the specific teacher behaviors. What can teachers do to increase learning? Robin just described himself as a beginning teacher. He knew that coming from the University of the West Indies, there are some assumptions about grammar that he perhaps did not grasp when he was, I don't know. I couldn't teach grammar. I can recognize it. I can know when something is wrong and not everything is up. But I have some basics that I can function with. But if you're going to teach it, you need to go back to the rudiments. Okay? Which is what you did. You bought the grammar books and you said, okay, no, I need to make sure that I am very clear about these things. Or you take your textbooks and you do the very same thing. So teacher-specific behaviors. What can teachers do to increase learning? And one of them is to become sure about your content knowledge that you are going to have to carry out. Okay? Now, Hunter describes and emphasizes these three things which we perhaps won't spend some time on, but I just spoke to you about them. The business of planning, the business of the pedagogy, how you do your teaching in presentation, and the business of checking for understanding. And if we embrace those as we think about our lesson plans, we're going to find that we go a good way. Now she describes modeling. We're going to talk a bit about this. And if you go now, if you take up back your document that you read some time ago from Lang and Evans, chapter 10, some of these terms that you're seeing here, I have brought here. I'm not going to spend the time, but I'm just pointing you to where they come from and what content base you need to be drawing on. The modeling, the teacher shows how. So for example, if you were going back to your lesson, Crescentiano Alvinus, and you were talking about finding the volume of a cube, how might you model this?
How we can model volume?
Yes, how could you model it?
Well,
how would you do?
we could get an actual box, and then we can create some small cubes, and then we can show that this is the space that the box takes up, and we can show how it can be built using the small cube.
Yes, right. So that's one way. So you show how, okay? And sometimes, many times, the demonstration is introductory in nature. Okay? So the demonstration of how that you're trying for them, you're trying to get students to understand is usually introductory, or certainly at the beginning of a particular concept, when you're about to teach a particular concept. Okay? So modeling is very important, and I'm suggesting to you that that's one of the very important steps that we need always to incorporate in our teaching, showing students how. Right? Many times they don't know how, and we assume that they know how, and that's because we haven't modeled. The second thing is guided practice. So even during modeling, you check for understanding, and you say to the students, okay, so you ask the questions. So what we're talking about in the last class, and what we will speak about shortly, the business of asking the appropriate questions to ensure that students understand what it is that they're doing. All right? So you check for understanding, and then secondly, you provide feedback. Now, feedback is not, all right, let me tell you what it is. Feedback is filling the gap between where the learner is and where the learner ought to be. All right? So, what you're doing with feedback is saying, okay, Alvinus, when we're measuring the volume of the cube, what we need to do is to measure the length, the width, and the height. Now what you have done so far is you have, well, if it's, let's not use a cube, let's use a cuboid, okay? And so you measure the length, the width, and the height. Now, if it happens to be a cube, then you only have to do one measurement. But if it's not a cube, if it's another cuboid that has, you know, the lengths are not the same, then you can't assume that you could use, because maybe that's what the child did. Maybe the child assumed that because you have done cubes, all right, and you have measured, you have determined the volume by measuring, by cubing the length, that's really what it is. The same rule doesn't apply if it's not a cube. And that's maybe where the child is going wrong. So you have to say, no, this works for cubes, but it doesn't work for cuboids because of these reasons. So what you have to do is to do this. So feedback is saying what needs to be done so improvement can take place. I remember when I was a student, I used to, my English teacher would give us a story every single week when we were just about we were in fourth form, I think it was fourth form then. And she would give us a story to write. She was trying to build us in a term. So one way she was giving us practice was to write stories, and she spent one term on story writing. But she would just do this as an activity, a take-home activity. So for about 4 weeks or so, I kept on getting 7 out of 10. And she would turn it around in quick time. And I couldn't understand why I was always getting 7 out of 10. So one day I asked her, I said, Miss, why am I getting 7 out of 10? What is wrong with my story? I didn't know then that I was doing all of this. I was trying to fill the gap. And she gave me some key points. She spoke about sentence structure, she spoke about a good beginning, the middle, and the end. She spoke about the fact that the story must have some kind of climax, and she gave me some cues, some tips. So she filled in the gap, and I was able to say, oh, here's where my story has gone down. Now my plot is weak because, and because of that feedback, I was able to move my score from 7 to a higher score. So feedback, practice without feedback may not lead to an improvement. All right? So you need to be able to judge. So in your planning, you need to plan for the practice, and you need to position yourself to provide the feedback. And as I have said, independent practice should be as such as to help the students to strive for mastery. And it may mean reinforcement. Reinforcement means showing approval. I'm on your chapter 10 from your Lannan Evans. And they describe it as showing approval or issuing rewards. It may be just a pat, it might be just a smile, it might be good, very good. Okay? Ideally, they say positive reinforcement should be immediate for correct performance of a skill or sub-skill until behavior is habitual. Okay? So you shouldn't always have to be telling the students that you're great at well-being, for example. Because after a while it becomes the norm. But it is better for you to provide reinforcement immediately after, positive reinforcement immediately after the performance. What happens when students think they're doing well and they've gone out of, they're putting their all into something and the teacher doesn't acknowledge it, is that sometimes students get demotivated. Okay? Now, so you need to do that. And interference is really inserting a second learning activity between the original learning and recall of that learning results in interference that reduces retention. In other words, what you're doing is you put something else in, okay, that might cause, it interferes with what was learned earlier, okay? And so we need to be careful that we don't confuse students by virtue of this sort of approach. So we have to make sure that we what's the word I want? We modify, or we are what's that word that goes in sequence, okay? Without confusing. Let's take a time for me and look at this, because I wanted us to read it. I wanted to make sure you have looked at it. It's chapter 10 and it's page, I don't know what page. I've put up my page numbers. 310. It's the chapter 10, not this last one, the one before. The Lion Evans. You found it?
It's on our view?
Yeah. It would be under the, you there?
Session.
You guys found it?
Chapter 10?
Not page 2.
You found the section on interference?
Interference.
I want you to just spend a little while and just read it for me, please.
Yeah.
You said interference.
Have you found it?
Retail.
310.
Retail.
We're starting on guidance.
Yes, right. The section on the same, it starts with guidance, and then you see interference as the third section.
Once a month.
Sometimes the white skills. Is my name?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you got that? So it's when you students have learned something.
Okay.
Everybody hearing me?
Yes,
Students
I'm
have
hearing.
learned something, and then another learning experience comes in after that. And something about that learning experience inhibits or reduces their ability to understand that first learning experience. So the example I use, for example, here, don't worry about the proactive and the retroactive inhibition. But think about what happens if, as I say, you learn to drive on the right, and then you come into a context where you're driving on the left. So suddenly, you can't make that switch. So you learn to make the letter M, and then you learn to make the letter N. And suddenly you cannot make the letter M. Okay? So there are situations, there are times when we put what we have learned today, we have learned it. We learn something else tomorrow. And what we learn tomorrow suddenly prevents us from fully appreciating what we have learned today. That's interference. And that happens because sometimes concepts are very close to each other. So when you're talking about independent practice, you should be mindful. One of the ways you can begin, what you can do here is you help them to make the distinction between what could cause that interference. So you say, no, we're writing the letter P now, not Q. This is what Q looks like. We have looked at Q yesterday. Don't confuse Q with P. Okay? Or don't confuse osmosis with diffusion. Usually, where we have concepts that may be, what's that word? Not overlapping. Not subordinate but, not superordinate but, coordinate. When we're learning coordinate concepts, that tends to happen. Okay?
As I said, case and pluralizing our word.
Right.
Always mix it up.
Everybody does. Yes. Okay? Just that S you put somewhere, but you don't know where the S must go. And when must S go? Okay? So that's important. And let me tell you something. It may seem simple, but it is really something for us to think about. And so why am I saying this now in planning, before I put it onto planning? Because when you know this, you know the kinds of examples, or you can think about the kinds of examples and experiences that you must put in your activities for your lesson. So when you understand it, then you can make adjustments for it. So this relates to that. I'm sorry, we're going so fast. Sorry, we don't have time to assimilate. Okay? Guide students through each step in practice. Small steps, verbally guide. Baby steps, not massive leaps. Yesterday morning or sometime this week, I was driving to work and I saw a lady carrying her son to school. And she was walking at her regular pace and he was running to catch up with her. That happens sometimes when you're teaching. Imagine you are walking at your regular gait and you have a small child who is only capable of taking baby steps. And they run and keep up because you're holding their hand. That's what was happening when I saw. It's the same thing sometimes in teaching. We are moving on and our students are running and sometimes they trip. Sometimes you have left them behind. We have left them behind. So small steps, verbally guide. So when you're sequencing your content, when you're teaching, you're planning your instruction now, you're going to sequence so it happens in a stepwise manner. Monitor group responses and give feedback. So you're going to plan for that monitoring in your planning. Sampling student responses, this is now in the act of engaging in the teaching. And you make sure that you sample the able, the average, and the less able. Not only those who are in front. Monitor each individual's written response. Monitor each individual's written response. It may surprise you what they write. Now, when you're teaching a new concept, when you're trying to teach a new concept, you need to manage this very carefully. It's like wet cement. That's an analogy. It's wet cement. It can be easily damaged. And guess what? When it becomes dry, then what we know is that you can't really remove the damage unless you redo the cement work. You have to knock up the cement. Okay? And can you imagine how painful that may be in the child's adult life? Okay? So what I'm saying here is that you must minimize the chances of error. You can't afford to get it wrong, is what I'm saying. So it means that when we're planning with all of this theory in our minds, all of this information, and we're going to try to make sure that the students get it in a format that they can get. So we're checking. If you have taught If the students haven't learned, you haven't taught. If they haven't learned, you have not taught. If you don't learn, I have not taught. Okay? So, pose questions to the whole class. What kind of questions? I want you to forget these questions. Okay? Okay? Let's move on. You got that? Okay?
Yes.
Let's move on. Any questions? Alright, so you've got it then. Okay then? Alright? I don't want to hear that in your teaching. That's banned. Alright? Because that, I just said it, right? I just said it. I just said it. But it doesn't allow you to really know what students actually understand. Let me just put that not. Okay, so then, let's do what you're supposed to. Let's mark this right. Why is it that, for example, those three, why am I saying that you should, those are common areas you should avoid? Why am I saying that? Western Jamaica? Dario? Adrian?
Yes.
Both there?
Yes.
Yes. Why do you think I'm saying that you should avoid these and I'm calling them errors?
Well, as for the first one, it would give an indication to the students that the lesson is concluded right then and there.
So is it, are you saying that the lesson will never be concluded? Well, I'm asking you why am I suggesting that you should not use these questions or statements as a means of perhaps checking understanding or guiding your lesson? Take it again, Adrian.
I'm sorry.
Why am I calling them errors? Adrian!
I'm sorry, miss, I don't see it.
All right. Dario, can you help?
Well, I know that if I'm talking to my students, when I say any question, if I should ask, are there any questions? Everybody would say, no, miss. Do you understand? Yes, miss, and they don't understand anything. But the fact is, when you, a lot of times, you're not able to get like one person's understanding from whatever you have taught, because it would be, if you ask a question, you just throw it out, and then persons can respond, and it's not directly a reflection that they have learned anything.
Yes. All right. So what should you then do, Adrian?
I would think that the approach should be more guided than this. This seems to be really open.
Okay. And why would you say it's open? And how would you guide them?
Pointing any specific, it's not linked to the objective. You started off by saying that you must always teach with the objectives in mind, so you have a particular target. You know where you want to go. But when you ask, are there any questions, it's kind of broad. It's not specific to what you had outlined earlier that your lessons would be based on. And so it opens up a lot of things for students to say anything that they want.
Exactly. So then you should instead be more specific about how you ask them what they understand or they don't understand, or any questions about X, Y, or Z,
yes,
etc., etc.
to be more specific.
To be more
Miss,
specific.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Dario.
All right. Under the techniques or guided practice, you have, as the last one, monitor each individual's written response. Now, I saw where you also said that you must always cater for students who are able, those who are average, and those that are less able. Now, I have a lot of students who tend not to be very able. how do I monitor their response when some of them really, they can't read? They can't read, and so they're very, very shy when it comes on to writing.
All right, now I genuinely cannot say to you that I have an answer that will solve your problems, because I think what really should happen, what you have is an administrative issue that really means you should have smaller classes and smaller groups. That's ideal. In your situation, however, what I think you need to do is to make some decisions about what you expect, where you expect the learners to get to in a particular time. So you may not get all of them writing an essay, but you may get them writing sentences. So you have to make some decisions about what you're willing to sacrifice so as to allow for some movement and some growth. So these are professional decisions that you have to make in conjunction with your head of department and your school. But where you have them as being less able, let's say most of them are, you have to acknowledge this and take them from where they are by, first of all, giving them activities that they can do and building their capacity in sort of an incremental way. So you can't give them the same type of task as the others. I'm talking about differentiated learning here, okay? Because it's not going to achieve your objective. As much as it is the easiest way, and it's just not going to, there's no shortcut, in other words. The easiest, the best way is to separate those students or to give them additional activities that will build their abilities, build their strengths, their competencies. If that is not within your power, you can't do that. Okay? Then the best way to do it is to decide that you're going to want to move these students from being able to do A and B to be able to also do C and D. Others may have gone on the end of the alphabet. But you have to make some decisions about the critical competencies that these students can and should achieve and plan to get that done in that time. That's the best I can answer you. You know? And in terms of the class size and how often you do this, it means that you may have to rotate how you look at their work. And sometimes as teachers, we look at everything. You know, we spend a long time, we correct every aspect of the student's work. We correct the grammar, we correct everything. Maybe this week, we're only correcting grammar. Next week, we're correcting spelling. You see what I'm saying? So you cannot necessarily correct everything on every activity, because that way, first of all, the students can become very demotivated because they never see themselves as being able to get anything. So that's another way you can help to do this. You don't have to necessarily monitor every single aspect of learning in every activity, but you're selective, and that's why you need to address the objectives in a particular way. All right? So I'm saying several things. I'm saying make some decisions about how you're going to group your students for evaluating their work. And this week, you're dealing with this group. Next week, you're dealing specifically with another group. Okay? But by the third week, you should get to the first group. You with me? You may plan specific activities for them to move them from point A to point B, and it may not be the same as for the rest of the class. That is an in-house political decision that you all have to come to. It's a professional judgment. All right? And they may need additional support. Yes, Dario?
Okay, miss, thank you.
All right? Lesson comes to an end, and it's called the closure. You need to recognize this. Let me just back up a little. Closure has to do with bringing a concept or a learning outcome to an end. So if your lesson is about one concept, then that may be so. But sometimes within a lesson, you may stop, you may end something and start something else. Before you start the new thing, you also have to bring the first thing to closure. All right? So you can't, you shouldn't, okay. All right, so we're doing decimals today. You finish decimals. Okay, now let's go on to geometry. Without bringing the concept decimals to closure. So within, at the end of a concept, be it within a lesson or at the end of a lesson, you bring the lesson to closure. Okay? You also have to sometimes at the beginning of a lesson check for understanding of what might have happened before. So you know, okay, now we're gonna build on writing letters to be able to write words. So let's make sure we're gonna use the letters B and C and D. I don't know what we're gonna spell. We're gonna use these 3 letters today. So now let's make sure you can write these 3 letters, but we're gonna use some words. And all our words are gonna have these letters. Okay? So then you practice that. You make sure that they understand. So when you're saying B, they're not thinking D. Okay? And so you may do this at the beginning, before you begin to teach a concept, so that you understand that. And also, after an interruption. So you may say, okay, now, we just had the earthquake drill, and before we had the drill, this is where we were. Let's make sure we understand what we were doing before. Okay? And I think we do this, but we haven't thought about it. This is not always a part of our practice, so I want us to be deliberate about this. Go ahead.
I just spoke about the closure. Suppose like at the end of, let's say, we're teaching algebra with fish. Go through everything on algebra. And we should let them know that, okay, so we went through this, went through that, and this is the end of algebra, we're moving on to. And then if parents say, yes, yes, God will finish. But from based on that person's response, if they did not learn anything, or
They perhaps just didn't like the topic. But yeah, you may be afraid to find out why they asked the question, but you perhaps should ask. It may take you back to the beginning of algebra, but nonetheless, you should ask. Because it may be something that they didn't get. It might well just be that, you know, and it may be that you have made the connections between algebra and their real lives. And that's the truth. Sometimes, many times, the reason why students hate the topic is because we have not made the connections to what they do on a regular basis. So they just see this thing as a school subject, something you do in maths. So you say, I'm sure you've heard, where am I going to use algebra in life? You've heard it.
I've asked it.
Yeah, you've asked it, says.
Many times.
Yes. So you see, that's the reason. They didn't teach you properly. All right, these are just some basic things about closures that I don't need to go through. You can read that. And I'm just going to speak about now these 3 characteristics, and I'm going to stop here, and then we'll begin to just look at planning after break, after lunch, after something. Firstly, an effective teacher has positive expectations of student success. Man, you have to really recognize that students can learn. Because if you don't recognize that they can learn, you're not going to make any efforts for them to learn. You're going to say, these dunce-head children, they have no sense, I don't know, I'm just going through the motions. All I know is at the end of the week, at the month, I'm going to get my salary, or you can say, you can stay there. I have my degree already. Or I already have my degree, I'm already qualified. You want to learn? You want to become like me? You stay there. Okay, that may be one way, but an effective teacher has positive expectations of student success. Now, sometimes, it was Tuesday, we were talking about Nancy. And I think, Sams, you made the point that we must not confuse classroom management with being behaviorist necessarily, because some strategies that she used was to manage her learning environment so as to be able to, as to allow for learning to take place. If we cannot manage our learning environment, we're not going to do well as teachers. Now, managing learning environment has several aspects to it. It's not just about controlling behavior, but it's managing the delivery of the content, managing it in ways that would allow you to determine what is enough, overload, as I know I must stop very soon, or else,
Amen.
you know, and I hear, I should say, do I have an amen? Yes, I know I'm the star. All right. And Crystal, you're laughing at me. And then you have an effective teacher knows how to design lessons for student mastery. Okay? So we're going to stop here because this perhaps is a good place to allow us to think about planning coming next. Now, I am aware that I am behind, and I'm going to come back from lunch with a plan to address what we would have missed or we will have a difficulty completing. But we're going to stop here. When we come back from break, so let's just bring this thing to an end. We started off this morning by talking about, you know, different continuing approaches to teaching, deductive and the guided discussion. And I have said that there are some support materials for you online that I have put there which you need to look at. We went into the business of active learning and looking at a theory of instruction because I want you to begin to think about teaching now so as to be able to plan. So I'm doing this way because I want to recognize that planning, therefore, must be done in a context where we incorporate all of what we have just learned about teaching and learning. Okay? That the learner is at the center. Okay? That it is important for us to not just think about what we're going to do, but how we're going to structure it. We're calling and drawing on all aspects of knowledge about the learner, the environment, and the content. Okay? And about teaching itself, instruction itself. And then now, we're going to, this afternoon, look at the planning element. We have looked at some of the strategies that you need to incorporate. We're going to look at what that lesson looks like as a beginning, a middle, and an end. Regina, good to see you. We're just about to have lunch, but we will come back in about 45 minutes. Okay? So it has a beginning, middle, and end, and then we're going to use our syllabuses to plan for the beginning of a particular lesson that you will do about teaching. Alright? So I'll see you back in 45 minutes. You can't have an hour today. I'm very sorry. 45 minutes, and then we will continue. Alright?
You know what? You walk into the you ready to get out?
What you gonna eat?
I got from a box and from my friends like, where did you eat it? I'm not telling you. Where did you eat it? I am not telling you. Dang it, I smell it. It smells like random meat. Yeah, they don't eat it. I know. But I don't eat it. Like when
When you were suggesting that we
And then I had crazy.
when we're already assignments with the
No, you have to have a
could have been transferred to the okay, so
Is that your preference?
yes, miss, but I'm coming to you, still coming to your classes. I still go to the
Why would that?
That's what I'm saying, because there's a clash on Wednesday, it's going to clash with.
but I consult with the other teachers who are in that class. So like today they'll have class 47.
Yes.
I still go to the class.
47.
Even after.
Even after today. Okay. Alright, so the assignments, they're the same assignments. Exactly, same thing. I have sent her what she has. She has sent me that. She has sent me that. This is her sent.
But we have been through the group presentation.
There's no group presentation.
So
You have to know this.
individual.
You have to write the and that's the first part, the second part.
The critique, oh, we're going to critique.
One of them, yeah.
No, that's different from the saying we're going to also critique.
Microteaching.
Microteaching, yeah. So that's why we can come and allow them to present first, so we get what we critique and then
What we have is that reference, okay? And we need to do that's so one. That's second piece is actual teaching. Alright? And then you're not looking at the other person that you need to set. This is the reference. This is so you present the lessons, okay, together, and then you have your lesson connection. And then you start. Right. And then you're going to write an evaluation of the lesson. So that's an individual piece. It's not, it's of your presentation. Okay? And then individual, no, yeah. And individual, another individual piece. So it's that's my references. Okay? You could still do the assignment. I mean, this is the assignments should really come to me because I don't want to do it. Okay. Alright? So it doesn't matter if you sit in the class and what it's the same assignment. So then what I want from this now is for you to give me the references. Okay, everybody gives me a reference.
Not necessarily the content, but
no, the reference.
also this is
You're gonna write this, you know?
because there's an example.
Yeah, then you're going to write this reflect evaluation of micro-teaching procedures as a means of professional development. So I want you to find some sources that you can use. Right?
That doesn't require a physical presence.
No, I just send you to the library. I just really want to. If I don't do this, you will not do any work. Okay? So my assignments, I have great knowledge of it. So this is to allow you to go research, find it, and look at answers, and then make them available. And then so you can go there. And then ask you to that's what it's about. Alright? And you're going to read some things. And then
No, I'm not saying email this, I'm saying can you email us?
yes. All of them can be emailed. Alright?
So the group presentation.
Yeah, all of the assignments, all the written assignments can be.
Oh, okay.
Right? I will put up the slot here, but I'm going to put it
Because the content is my concern, because since we want to use it, so we encourage you to watch this.
and
Yeah.
I don't think it.
No, they're only recording if people are absent. It's like they're recording. Actually, but I know last week when St. Lucia and Rainford had a holiday, they did record. There is nobody visible inside here, but apparently the setting that you set does record. I have not seen it as yet.
The lab person, you never post about it. You can record instead of recording since
That's great.
Wednesday.
That's what Craig was saying.
The first week?
Yeah.
When, I think it was the Wednesday, the first record, but you can, no, instead of the record, but.
Nobody has posted it as yet. It hasn't been uploaded.
No, it hasn't been uploaded.
I find like,
when they come in, because we don't have a class to have a Thursday and funding on Tuesday. So those two classes will be recorded just because all we need is just a content.
yeah, I understand. I understand. And that is the plan. Plan is to have it recorded. No, I cannot put it It's not recorded?
It's a record.
Yeah.
But in just say, it don't get posted because they're asking.
Oh, so this is being recorded?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh,
yes.
But when we ask,
Yeah.
because all believe that maths, on our first, only the first, and then February, I think April, and the fourth one. And some of the arts in period the same time, they must say, that may take kind of long enough to do. But
Where did it go?
it is sent to an email and we put that in link.
A link to a
To our site, so
a
they
Dropbox
asked
or
me
some
if
such
we
thing.
could have did that again, and same with that tried that.
Yes, has been successful, yes. She has.
No, I don't know. I wasn't sure what they did. I mean, I know that when I have large files like this from my work I have tasks, I tend to do it. I put in a Dropbox, and I send students to it. Because already we don't support anything that is 5 hours long.
Yeah, this is another one.
Yeah,
We
it's
couldn't
not
post
it's
it.
not gonna. So unless they're going to break it up.
I think it probably has a few video and support. It's that's an effect.
No, the thing is, well, I'm saying my case, because I have a marking, so we're going to come next week Thursday for the presentation. For the market teaching, so we're going to come and do the presentation and then leave. So we're going to come and be able to first present it, so we can get to work by 9:30, 10 o'clock. But we still want to benefit from the class.
Yeah.
Yes. So you want to see what the others have done.
What the others have said.
I understand what you're saying.
And then,
And what I'm going to do is, because what is missing, what is left, is I need to do some this analysis before you do your notification. That's one. I'm going to have to put up, send it to a site. Because that is for you to go on Tuesday. And so it will help you to answer some questions about the I'm trying to get some oh God, this 3 weeks is just been hard. And this one, I don't need the first, that's what
No, them said, the Monday to the first, that goes with America,
Yeah.
so when the recorded.
Yeah. Thursday was the first, but the Tuesday class was
Yes, so
recorded.
here Tuesday when the recorded.
Yeah, but I know that they didn't as of Thursday. They make it available. And
this part, I always do reports.
But you're not seeing, you're not getting the.
I see, something about
It's a table.
Oh, it's a table.
Yeah. So it's just a board. It's just a table. Right? So you're gonna get it.
Was one great reason with my so can you modify the original one?
It only be depend. I don't know, you might, but it depends on what you're gonna see. Because the assumption, unless you don't have to start from here. You have to go here.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
kind of an idea.
You understand? So if you start from here, then you know what the problem is. So so you don't really want to listen about the problem. So you can then, tweak your microteaching. So I guess that's what.
Right.
But that is left open to you, which one you can do.
So that means that you can just read.
Well, yes.
And identify this plan.
Yes.
For the microteaching.
So you're gonna tweak it. I mean, you won't necessarily the same.
No, not
you
necessarily.
But the same idea.
Idea, right.
Same,
So we'll complete this aspect and the microteaching.
at the same time.
At the same time, right.
So you're strategizing.
That's what really what we do.
Alright.
That's really what we do. Strategize. Alright.
Yeah.
I will send you the email, please.
Yeah.
Back in my car.
What time I gave them 45 minutes?
You say don't pay them online, you must pay them online.
No, I have to go to BNS.
Oh.
I do the NCD work online.
No, but I do BNS and I pay it online.
I just don't do BNS. I don't have my salary doesn't go to BNS.
Oh, it goes to, oh, okay, okay.
And I have what am I doing? What am I doing? Am I not closing? Oh, I'm closing.
So like, which one?
But what them do, and get them succeed here, and get them,
I've seen first.
Hello. Hello.
I'm not hearing from the sun here as yet, so we're just waiting.
Hello. Look at it. Where? No time. No. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Listen. Sorry.
Are we hearing? Are we back?
Yes.
All right. Now we're going to talk about planning. I'm going to
That's what I'm saying.
the principles.
That was delicious. I'll put this lady's number for you, and then I'll check me through the Hey.
Western Jamaica.
We're here, miss.
It's like it's muscle to get it in and out for some reason.
Spend about 20 minutes or so doing this now, just going through some of the key components of the plan. And then I'm going to allow you to plan the introduction to your micro teaching activity, bearing in mind what I'm going to suggest that you could do. And then before we leave, we will get some feedback from that, as well as we will talk about the case, Nancy's case, and not Nancy, the 3 cases I gave you last time, for you to identify the questions and classify them, and then to also hear from you about the questions that you've given us as examples. You thought I forgot? Are you mad? Why would I give you something and forget? I would have to be mad, or just careless, or just. Okay. Sometimes we feel that we know it so well that we don't need to plan for it. And so we end up giving it very little time, and we end up with even nothing of significance. But planning sometimes can be quite tedious. Yes, I agree for my plan. And sometimes at some point it becomes abbreviated to something that is even it becomes just an indication of what and what you're going to do. That comes after several years of doing perhaps the same thing. The point I'm making is that we all should plan, even those who have been doing the same thing for years. Okay? Because for every group you do something different. Certainly for this course, I had to plan in ways that I had never planned before, because I have to condense this course into 3 weeks and make changes to how I want to deliver the course. That's important. So it is really a document that gives specific and concise outline to what's to come in the lesson. And it should be aligned in some way to some learning standards. And the learning standards that you're using come from the curriculum materials that you're using. So if you're using the Cambridge standards, then you know that you open the document to the appropriate section and you're going to plan your lesson around those standards. If you're using CSEC or ROSE or some other curriculum, then you do likewise. So I've just told you where these are found, where these standards are found. Sometimes as well, there are standards that we're teaching towards that are not written in the text, for example, or in the document that we have, but there may be standards related to the school, the institution. For example, I see Jomo busily trying to put his grades on his mark sheet. And perhaps this is a standard your school requires, that you need to have certain numbers of tests, let's say, for the particular 3 tests.
Let them stop in a semester like September to October, after middle October, and October to December. You have to have 3 grades. For
3 grades.
For September, October, and 3 grades. Every assessment period.
Exactly. So it means therefore, and that's not in the document, that's not in your curriculum. That's a local standard.
Yeah.
So when you're planning, therefore, you have to plan to ensure you get these 3 grades. So that's what I'm saying. In some contexts, it's societal, or it is a policy-driven sort of standard that's not in the document, but you know that there are some aspects of your context that must become a part of what you do on a daily basis. In your school, it may be about the environment, and your environmental issues should become a part of how you plan for your lessons. So that's what I'm talking about. They come from different sources, but primarily we use the curriculum document from which you're teaching. Now, every lesson, you know this, you may not have thought about it, but the lesson has 3 parts, basically. It has a beginning, it has a middle, and an end. And how profound can you get? Okay. Now, there are certain activities that we call in the literature set. Now, set is really a sort of organized instruction, activities that's combined in a way to have a specific outcome for a specific purpose. Yeah, that's good. That sounds right. And when we think of set, we think of 3 different types of set in instruction. We think of an orientation set, we think of a transition set, and we think of an evaluation set. We're going to talk about what they all mean. So the beginning of your lesson, your introduction, is where you have your orientation set. And I'm pretty sure you can guess what an orientation set is. It's what you do to initiate learning. It's what you do to introduce the lesson. It's the body of instruction, procedures, activities that you combine to introduce your lesson, to initiate that engagement that you're trying to do. All right? And during that, the purpose of that is to engage the learner. So at the beginning, your purpose is to engage the learner, to introduce the content in a way that will stimulate thinking. It is not to create excitement without any connection to content. All right? It must therefore connect with what's coming after. So your orientation set must be engaging, It must be targeted. It must, of course, lead you to logically move to the next phase of your lesson. So there must be a connection. Now, it's one thing to write it, it's another thing to write it and to deliver it such that you make the connection. Because you could, in fact, have a nicely written lesson plan, but in carrying it out, it becomes disjointed. And you don't see the seamless transitions that you'd want to see. All right? So, we're talking about engaging the learner in the very beginning. And that usually takes about 5 to 10 minutes max in your lesson. 5 minutes is enough. Okay? But 10 minutes beyond, it's too much. So whatever you plan for your orientation set shouldn't, on average, 8 minutes. Okay? Beyond that, you are going too long. All right? And so we're going to look at possibilities, the kinds of things that we need to do for orientation set. The development or middle of your lesson now is where you're going to spend the longest time. That's when you're going to be explaining, exploring the concept. You're going to be allowing students to, see the concept in different contexts, different ways, different usages. You're going to see, you may have different approaches coming in. It may be some activities, some lectures, some observations, some, field work, some manipulations in terms of, practical activity, hands-on. See, exploring the usage of the concept and exploring its, your understanding. Then there must be a place for explaining. And this explaining can come through questioning, it can come through discussion, it can come through the written activity, and you can see how this is trying to concretize what you have learned. And then elaborating means allowing an opportunity for applying it in some way. So in the middle of your lesson, you should see evidence of exploration, of explanation, and of elaboration. Okay? And at the end, now sometimes, I'll backtrack a little, but typical classical lesson, evaluation, further evaluation comes at the end, where you evaluate what you have done, what the students have learned, and that's the usual structure of your lesson. A beginning, a middle, and an end. The beginning, your introduction, your orientation, your engagement, you're getting students involved. The middle, more extensive, exploration, explanation, elaboration. And at the end, evaluation, where you spend another 5 to 10 minutes dealing with tying it up. Now, your lesson, therefore, the bulk of your lesson is spent in the middle. All right, you can see that. Therefore, we have to think about what it is that we would want to do. What is it that we want the students to be engaged in? And the first thing you have to think about is how you begin. And this is very, very, very important. Because how you begin is, you've got to think about the learner, the materials, the time, the context, so many things. But match that with what you want to teach, the concepts, okay? So, you've got to think about what teaching strategies you're going to use. Am I going to use some questioning? Am I going to use a lecture? Is it going to be a demonstration? What am I going to do? And what kind of activities should the students be doing? Is it going to be learning at the literal level? So, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Are you going to have them relating concepts? Okay? This is an isosceles triangle. That's an equilateral triangle. This is what's the other one called? The other triangle. Come on.
Equilateral, isosceles.
This is how you try to remember it by rote. Okay, so you relate them in ways. So you're saying this one is Isosceles because, equilateral because, and scale is right? Because, right? So you relate them in that way, okay? Transformational, meaning you're moving them beyond where they are to where you really want them to be. So you want them to perhaps project, to evaluate, okay? And extensional has to do now with really applying in novel contexts and what's the word I want? Not just applying, but perhaps predicting and suggesting, hypothesizing is what I want. Okay? So you're moving them beyond what they now do to project. It's the critical levels that you're moving towards. So when you think of your activities, you've got to think of those types of activities. You may not have all of these activities in every lesson, but what I'm trying to suggest is that you want to think about not just one type of activity, especially if you want to be developing critical thinking, you want to ensure that you have some of those higher end type activities to allow for that sort of thinking to take place. There's much thought that's going into your lesson plan. Now, writing a lesson plan is a skill that you develop over time. And we have done this, we have said this morning, I'm saying it again. It requires knowledge of the pupils, the content, I spoke about the environment, what topics, etc., etc., etc. All right, so we're going to use all of this, we're drawing on all of this knowledge. Now, in your institutions, the lesson plan having been written, though it's a private document, really becomes a public document. You have spent some time writing it, but it becomes public because other teachers could and perhaps should have access to your lesson plan. So in writing your lesson plan, you should always be mindful of that. That it is something that can be, and perhaps in some instances will be used by other professionals. So it must be done in such a way that one can follow what it is that you have done. Okay? So there must be a level of clarity. It should be concise. And as I have said, as I gave you sometimes, it should give some guidelines as to timelines. What it is that you're going to do and how long it's going to take at each part of your lesson. Alright? Now, just leave these 3 sets. And I have said a set is an organized bit of instruction that allows, that targets a particular purpose. So orientation set is to orient the learner, to introduce a new concept. So you can have an orientation set at the beginning of a lesson, teaching a new concept, or it may come not at the beginning of a new lesson, but at the beginning of the new concept. So if suppose your lesson is going to take, you're going to teach a topic that's going to last you 2 or 3 lessons. Your orientation set comes at the beginning of the topic. And then you continue until the new topic, new concept, orientation again. Alright? So it comes at the beginning of a new concept, and as I've said, it is to create receptive attitudes, etc., etc., etc. And it should not take a long time. I've said that. Alright? You may want to think about this information here now as you think about how you're going to do your orientation set. It should be structured so that students can recall what they already know and understand the relevance of what they will learn and be aware of what they will require to do. So at the end of the orientation set, you have pretty much set the stage for students to begin to think about how what they're going to learn now will connect to what they have done already. So when they're finished this morning, algebra this morning, was it algebra? And they're going on to geometry, honey, there's got to be a connection. Or else what's going to happen is that it becomes very disjointed. So we've got to find a way, help them to understand how the knowledge that they're doing, how it connects to give the big picture about mathematics. So it might be to say something of the order of mathematics has these dimensions, and this dimension allows us to do this for mathematics, but for us to be able to do this, then we have to use. You understand what I'm saying? So you find a way, not to say, well, we are finished with algebra now, we're now moving on to geometry. As if they're not connected in some way to the big picture. Because that's the problem that many students have. So you've got to connect it in some way. Now, this one is a little, perhaps you have not thought about this, but let me tell you a bit about the transition set. This set is used to make connections, and there can be many, many such sets in your lesson. So you're always thinking about how to make students see the links between what they have done before and what they're going on to. So you may ask a question to help them to make that link. Okay? So students, we have been looking at real numbers. And we know that real numbers have these properties. Okay? Now, real numbers there are several types of real numbers, am I right? Talk to me. Okay. And we know that they're classified in these ways. So then, let us see if we can not just look at the big picture, but look at the smaller picture. Let's look at the groups of real numbers, or the types of real numbers that we have. That's a transition set. It's a statement that I have made that helps them to see that what's coming next relates to what it is that we're doing right now. So it may be a statement, it may be a question, okay? It may be an analogy, some examples, but it is very important, a very important set, because it bridges the gap. All right? So we're looking at story writing. So we're going to writing. So we have sentences, we have letters, connected to words, connected to sentences, connected to paragraphs, etc. So you're building up. You must see that there's a relationship.
Or teach exposition before you teach persuasion.
Teaching exposition before persuasion.
Because exposition teaches them how to organize their ideas in paragraphs.
Yes.
And so that when they get to persuasive writing, that is not an issue.
Exactly.
So they know how to organize their ideas. It's just that the tone shift in which
is different.
Right.
Changes. So you make these transitions. You explain why it is that some things have changed. And that's very important. So you're going to have to remember this. You may not always write this into your plan, but you're certainly going to think about them as you teach. All right, the evaluation set sounds like what it is. It's to remind the students of what you have already accomplished and brings closure to ideas and concepts that have been introduced. So it brings closure. Okay? And it's usually uses quizzes and that sort of thing. And I have a few. This slide needs to be edited. It's like I'm stuttering. Okay. Now what does it look like? What do you have to have in here? You have to have this. You need your subject title, your grade, your topic. I never tell you about topic. Topic is specific to your lesson. So if you're not doing real numbers, the whole gamut of it, that's not the topic.
Alright, so topic then.
Yes. The big idea, but then I want the topic you're doing for that lesson. Writing paragraphs. Okay? Or division, decimals, using, you know what I'm saying? You're writing the specific topic for the lesson. And it fits within a hierarchy of concepts. We have looked at that. Because concepts are hierarchical. Okay? So you need to find where it fits within the big picture. And that's your lesson topic. Now, if you open your documents, now your syllabuses, the ones that you brought, that I told you to take because I told you you're going to use them,
Oh, we can, it's online.
It's online. Of course it's online. Okay, so you open your Cambridge documents.
Okay.
So,
Topic. Persuasive writing, the English people have said. Tell me another topic. In one lesson? No. All right. Now I want you to develop a subtopic. Just pick out. You're thinking about a 40 minutes lesson. Now, before you move, you're going to be guided by those things that are called objectives that you see just under them. Now you see, I have two levels of objectives. I have general objectives and I have specific objectives. The ones that you have right there, where you see those words define, explain, state, list, draw, annotate, etc., those are your specific objectives. Perhaps if you go to the beginning of the section, you will see some called general objectives. See those? If you go to the beginning of a section, if you have sections A and B and C, this one is called lesson planning. I sent the email and it's also an Airbnb. It's both, yeah. Alright? So you will see the general objectives. Can I have a general objective from the Cambridge Maths syllabus, please? Bermuda?
Numerical relationships.
Not hearing you. Go again.
Numerical relationships.
No, that's a topic.
She said,
I want a general objective.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
That's fine, that's fine.
Understand and use an exponent, scientific and calculated notation.
Very good. Let's hear it again, louder, Oranthus.
Understand and use exponential, scientific, and calculated notation.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Keep your hand at that section. Hold that objective. Let me hear a general one from English.
Well, math.
English.
No, whoa.
I know, not you. I'm sorry. Not you.
Okay,
Bermuda.
sorry.
Should it be specific to person?
Since we're gonna go with that trend.
Develop the ability to use. I'm actually paraphrasing. I know it's not actually. Develop the ability to use persuasive. To use persuasive techniques within various.
Robin says, develop the ability to use persuasive techniques within various contexts. All right, so we have yours, Oranthus, which is focused on which topic again? What's your topic? What's your topic that you're using?
No, integers.
Sorry? Integers?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Sorry. Numerical representation. I'm sorry.
Numerical representations, fine.
Yeah.
St. Lucia?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I want you to find a general objective now, links to a topic of interest that you have identified. Now remember we have said that, yeah.
Link to what?
The topic. You have the topics. So find the objective, one objective for that topic.
Okay, a general or specific?
General.
Okay, a student should be able to appreciate the development of different numeration systems.
Very good. Okay. Western Jamaica, do you have one? General. Western Jamaica.
Promote a lasting appreciation for the different uses of the variety of language.
All right, fine. Now each group, you're working with that general objective and that topic, that broad topic. In 2 minutes, I want you to narrow your topic to a specific lesson topic, and you're going to give me one specific objective for that lesson. Now, your broad topics, you have to now look at how it is that the specific objectives relate to the general objectives, and I want you to narrow your focus to one specific objective and give me a narrow topic, not numerical systems, not exponentials and whatever else that other thing is, but I want you to know in 2 minutes, come up with a general objective, a specific objective and the lesson topic from the general objective and from the big topic that you have just given me.
Just understanding that is exponential, scientific, and calculator notation. But she says
That's the objective, to
right.
target numerical representation.
Yes, but
These would be two things that they figured. Integers and place value.
integers is what is an integer? Yeah.
And the imperatives where they have a specific, the assessment indicator.
Right.
Where they write to specific objectives. Could we say what is an integer? Could that be an objective?
This is a specific objective.
That's what I'm saying. What is an integer? It's a specific objective.
No, where it says assessment indicator,
I wouldn't agree.
What? Oh no.
If you're not able to after the gone for a while, I'm saying the fan. I'm a female. If I continue to use it now, before it gets coming out.
It has a what's called it really good.
That may not just be.
No, that's
That's a topic.
That's a topic.
That's a subject.
That's a subtopic actually.
The subject.
Yeah.
That the topic is.
Not your relationship.
Right. So it could be general understanding of the relationship between certain square roots.
Using non-system.
Accept.
Okay, ready?
So you didn't ask me a question, please? Because you asked what me trouble last time.
You what, Sam?
Okay, Western Jamaica. Dario.
Yes, miss, we're not quite ready.
Okay, all right, let me give you a couple more seconds.
It's not the house.
Hmm.
But I should have done. Okay. That one I don't. DJ was saying, she said, poverty. This is poverty. Right. How's she doing? She's still, I think she has me because I mean, she's not, she didn't try and claim it like that. But they have what? Denomination fee is, or otherwise, claiming it deep. How could she be? She's not really. Maybe she's still by herself.
Oh, she did.
Go get completely. Because I don't know. This is how she would talk. What's it? DJ. Talk. Still white.
Okay, Jerry, you ready now? Okay, let's go. Give me your broad topic.
Hey, Crystal.
Just kill Gary.
Dario first.
Ready, miss?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, the broad topic is descriptive writing. And the narrow topic is figures of speech. In brackets, we have similes because we are focusing on the simile. Is that okay?
Find out.
What was that?
I said we soon find out.
Oh, okay, all right. The general objective. Students should be able to develop an understanding and appreciation of figures of speech in descriptive writing. The specific objective, students should be able to...
Understanding of what? Yeah.
Okay, develop an understanding and appreciation of figures of speech in descriptive writing.
That's a general.
That's a general objective.
Okay.
Oh, I should write. No, I should do it. She put it up there.
And specific?
Specifics. Students should be able to describe themselves in one sentence using a simile. And they'll be given 2 minutes to do that.
So given 2 minutes.
Simile.
S-I-M-I-L-E.
L-E?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we get with Mark.
Okay, fine.
Miss, one more thing. For the specific objective, I wanted to say they were to write the sentence, but then I wasn't quite sure how I was to word it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So they're writing sentences?
I want them to write a sentence to describe themselves, but the sentence should be a simile. I wasn't quite sure how to word it.
English. Write sentences
to describe themselves in one.
Be quiet.
Each student should write a sentence.
Describe. Write a sentence.
Write a sentence.
Describing.
Describing themselves?
No, write a sentence using similes.
I wouldn't worry about that.
That's one way of saying it.
Yeah.
We can do it more elegantly. Let's go. More elegant, Robin.
What I would have done with the thing is with the issue I would have as a student with that, and I'm not trying to knock your boat, is that let's just say that I don't know what a simile is, or I don't remember what a simile is. I would have asked the student to use an adjective to describe himself or herself. Because they more remember an adjective as opposed to a simile.
But their topic is figures of speech, and they're looking at similes.
No, that's something that I would have done it differently.
Yeah, but they're doing similes.
Okay. Captain, speak for me.
They're doing similes.
They're doing similes. And their similes, in using similes, they want these activities. All right, fine. Let's look at this. So is the broad topic broad enough? Descriptive writing. English mono. Figures of speech. Is it lesson topic narrow enough? It's speaking to similes.
Yes. I would say.
That's okay? You're only looking at similes. So in the topic, what you could say, what it seems to me that there are several figures of speech, but in this class we're looking at similes.
Otherwise, you could simply look, but it's specific to descriptive discourse. So I think it's alright. Otherwise, the broad topic could be
figures of speech
and then simile. But I think specific, since it's in reference to this description.
Writing, which is why the objective.
It's alright.
The objective is like this.
Yes, exactly.
Everybody, we can learn from all this experience, okay? So then you have a journal objective, develop an understanding. I see these words, develop, you'll soon tell me some more. They are not sort of short term, they are long range, they are not what we call measurable.
Right. Objectives must be measurable.
Okay? So the general objective is not measurable. But the specific objective is measurable. You can identify when somebody can write a sentence using a simile, describe himself or herself.
You're
Okay?
saying is that the general objective, it does not have to be measurable?
It's not generally measurable.
It's not generally measurable. How you can develop an understanding. Okay? It's not something that you can say, I have achieved it when I have been able to do this. We know we can achieve it. Let me say it another way. To achieve the general objective, you have to look at the specific objectives. You measure the general through the specifics. Okay?
Well, I'll appreciate that because,
which are more targeted, yes.
Right, because I was saying that if you can't measure it, then it can't be an
No.
objective.
So when I say measurable, I mean in terms of being able to address it in a short term. You can't achieve it in a class.
In a class, right.
All right, it's long range, and it usually supports a number of lessons.
So it's measurable through the specific objectives.
Through the specific objectives. So that's the reason I'm taking you through this route. Okay, your objectives that you have that are general should relate. You will find that there are several specific objectives that you need to address to achieve your general objective. You understand? Because for you to develop an understanding, if you only write one sentence, that's not going to do it. Okay? Everybody agrees with that, right? So that's fine. So this structure is fine. Now, we went through the process. I'm going to take everybody's. But we went through a process whereby for us to identify the topic that we're going to use, we have to connect that topic to the bigger picture. Now this topic, this one here, is not usually in your syllabus. Okay? This one is. The big one is. But this one is not in your syllabus. That's what you are breaking down. This is now your pedagogical content knowledge. That's how this is developed. Knowing how to deconstruct and construct from this. Knowing how to sequence. Okay? Knowing which one comes first and how to connect. The syllabuses will tell you that you should not just take them up and teach. It's not a teaching sequence. So when you see this big topic, you have to now decide, how am I going to break this up? What comes first? What comes next? Where do I have?
And the general objective.
Or develop and.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Okay? So then, let's go again. I want to do the next.
30 minutes?
I think that's what I said.
Yeah. Yes.
Alright? So now, can I take the others now?
Still for this group. Okay.
No. English mono.
See, they changed the A.
Persuasive writing.
And your lesson topic?
Our lesson topic is persuasive techniques.
And your journal objective?
The general objective, develop an appreciation for, no, what was it?
I think that everybody was saying.
Alright, so don't miss. We kind of jot down something.
What's your specific objective?
Our specific objective is identify specific devices used in oral and written persuasive discourses. Identify specific devices.
Persuasive devices.
No, that's a persuasive language. Identify specific devices used. Please just be quiet. Specific devices used in oral and written persuasive discourses.
Excuse me.
Okay, so we have another one here. Can you see?
Dr. Rainford?
Yes, yes, Alvinus.
I want to make a suggestion to class members.
Alvinus, I'm hearing you.
I want to make a suggestion to my classmates. If you are not presenting, can you kindly mute your mic or something? Because sometimes persons are talking and then you get a lot of feedback from other locations, other sites.
Reasonable. Thank you for that, Alvinus. Can we just remember that if our mics are open, then everybody else hears. So we need to just develop that protocol, I guess. Is a good word. Okay, so can we now see?
For the general objective is to develop the ability to identify persuasive devices used in various contexts.
Okay, so there again we see our broad topic is persuasive writing. And then we're using persuasive techniques. Let's see if we can find the persuasive techniques in the specific objectives. So we're going to identify specific devices used in oral and written persuasive discourse. Okay, so we're identifying specific devices used in oral and written persuasive discourses. Now, what might some of those devices be?
Rhetorical question.
Rhetorical questions.
Repetition.
Repetition.
Sarcasm.
Sarcasm. So then in this class, in this lesson, we may be focusing on those specific devices.
Right.
What we call rhetorical questions, sarcasm, what's the one I said?
Repetition.
Repetition. And at the end of it, we should be able to, when we've looked at all of the various devices that we can use, techniques we can use, then we'll be able to recognize that there are various contexts. Because I guess what you're saying is that depending on the context, you may have different persuasive devices. Or techniques.
So politicians will use a lot of repetition.
Western Jamaica, you're calling? Yes, go ahead, Western Jamaica.
You're doing all three devices, this lesson, all three devices in one class?
Question.
Yes, you can do all three of them in one class. Because we would have
Louder.
All three devices?
Yes, all three in one class. I see that you have a problem with that.
All these students are very brilliant.
Brilliant. That's an assumption.
Now is that a persuasive, is that sarcasm?
I think it is.
Yes, sarcasm.
Was that sarcasm, Virginia? It's a rhetorical question. Okay, but you are concerned that it may not be possible to do all three in one lesson. Is that what you're saying, Virginia? Virginia?
Regardless of how fast they are, why do you want to put all 3 devices in one class? Just a question.
And here's my question. What are some of the problems that may arise if that happens?
We didn't get that, miss. There was interruption.
I'm saying, if all 3 devices are attempted in the same lesson, what may be some of the issues, problems that may arise as a result of that?
Students simply won't, some of them won't learn anything. Yes, because it is going to be, not only that, we must remember that when we're planning, our load or workload must be manageable. So it depends on the level of the students.
This is a 40-minute lesson, right? All of this in 40 minutes? It just
Yes.
You plan smart.
Yeah, exactly.
Specific, manageable, and continuous.
Respond, Robin.
I am not so sure what the concern is. I don't know. You're saying that this it's going to be too much for the students. I'm not so sure. It depends on the objective and how the teacher strategizes. For example, we would have started this lesson by showing a tape with Damian Crawford, who is actually at a political platform and he's using various persuasive devices. And then now we'd have all of that being put on the board, but of course we say to the students that we're going to focus on these particular 3 devices, and then we would ask them to demonstrate that in doing it orally as well as in written form. So it could happen within that time. So I'm not sure what the concern is. It's just based on how the teacher strategizes.
How the teacher strategizes, but how do the children learn?
Seriously.
All right, very good. Now we have a discussion. Yeah. Okay, now, you're both right. You're both right, okay? And to some extent, it is really impossible for us to sit and to determine that unless you really know your students and you know the contexts, all right? So it may well be that the 3 may be too much for one lesson. It may well be that it's not, it's more than possible, especially if you're using it in context. You see, when you're using them in context, it becomes easier to identify the strategies. But if you're going to be saying sarcasm is, and this is when you use it, and so forth and so on, then you are, there's a strategy for language learning that is, it won't come to me right now, but it's really using, it's learning the concepts in context. So you're living the experience and you're actually learning at the same time. So it may be possible, but it may well be possible that you may be overloading the students. It depends on the learners. All right? So I would say that you need, therefore, to think about all of those questions. Because you're right. Depending on how you package it, you may be able to accomplish more and still achieve learning. Right? Because the truth is that you may still go the route of, separating them, identifying them, classifying them, which is a more deductive approach. Yours is more inductive. Okay? The one you were suggesting is more inductive. You could do that, and at the same time, and you still can't make the distinctions because you haven't heard them in context. But when you hear a speech, for example, you can differentiate the different techniques because you see how they're being used in relation to each other, as opposed to separating them one by one. So it varies. And I am not here to tell you which one is better because it may be better depending on your context. What I want us to appreciate is that there are different ways to go about it. A lesson plan is like a road map. That was my analogy at the beginning, sometime last week. There are many ways to get from here in Jamaica, at Mona, to go to Halfway Tree. Several different routes. Some are more scenic, some take longer. Okay? Some take me through some serious traffic. I have to stop every minute of the way. Maybe the shortest, but I have to stop. Okay, stoplight. Okay? So it depends on the route. So your lesson plan can be like that. You can approach the same end via different routes. And how you choose to drive may be dependent on how much gas you have, what time of day it is, okay? Where are the learners more likely to appreciate the route? You know, we are all familiar with Sovereign and Jamaica House and King's House. So if I go down that route,
Longer.
I can get there. But some of us don't know downtown. We don't know waterfront. So we can't go around there so to come back up to Harbour Tree. We're going to get really lost. You see what I'm saying? So it depends on where you're going and who the students are and what you have to work with. It's the longer, more scenic route, but we may still have problems. All right? So both arguments are quite valid, and so I'm going to keep both of them in mind. So we have got our purpose here was to think about it. We have the big picture. We have the topic. The question really now is how many persuasive techniques can you address in one lesson? And we're agreeing that the methodology may help us to determine that. All right? Okay. Mathematics Bermuda. Let's go. Broad topic.
Yes, numerical representation. Numerical representation. Oh, sorry.
Actually, go ahead.
The lesson topic is integers.
General objective.
Students should be able to understand and use exponential.
No, she's typing.
Oh, sorry. Understand and use exponential, scientific, and calculator notations.
Exponential.
EXPONENTIAL.
Exponential, scientific.
Scientific and calculator notation.
And calculatory.
Mm-hmm.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Notations?
Yes.
Calculatory.
That's it.
Calculator.
Calculator notation.
Calculator.
Take the Y or take the Y or.
Calculator.
Calculator notation.
Oh, calculator. It's
Yeah.
calculator, so? Alright, fine. I don't spell. Scientific specific objectives.
Students should be able to multiply and divide negative rational numbers.
Rational.
Repeat, please.
Multiply and divide negative rational numbers.
Negative rational numbers.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. So we have numerical representations. That's a big picture. Lesson topic is integers. Now you know you're going to do integers over several lessons. This is still very broad. You find? I find.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay?
Integer.
So you could perhaps still break this down some more. To be more specific to integers.
Okay.
So what are you doing about integers? What are you doing? What exactly are you doing?
Adding.
How to use integers.
Adding, I guess. Adding.
How to use integers.
I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Adding positive integers.
Adding positive integers? Is that better?
Yeah.
What you're doing?
But it's specific.
Yes, it says multiplying and dividing.
Now,
No, you said how do we use integers?
No, things multiplying and dividing.
yeah, didn't
How do you use integers? You use them by multiplying and dividing.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
How do we use
Integer. Okay, yeah. How do we use integers?
Using integers?
How
That's
do
too
we
broad.
use
Yeah.
How do we
It's too
use
broad
is too
still?
broad. Yes. Narrow it. What exactly do you want to accomplish in this lesson with integers?
You want to multiply and divide them.
Okay.
multiplying?
Hold up. What's the better word for it?
I just said it.
You know what I'm saying? But not just multiply the God. Those are the
Well, that's what we got.
yeah. I'm saying.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. I mean, it's very inelegant. It can be perhaps a little better, but if that's what you're doing, find a way now to fix this. You understand what I'm saying? Integers is too broad for your specific lesson topic. So speak to what you want them to accomplish with integers. So I have multiplying and dividing integers. Okay? And if that's what you're doing, and then I'm gonna have to ask you now to help me to see if this is conceptually correct. I can't remember my maths. So we speak of negative rational numbers, and you speak of integers. What's the relationship?
When we think of what?
What's the relationship between rational numbers and integers? Negative rational numbers. That was the question.
You should have answered this thing.
What?
D.
What's the relationship, guys? Anybody should be able to tell me this. Any mathematician can tell me this.
What's the relationship between integers and
What's the
Negative
relationship
rational
between
numbers.
what?
The difference between integers and rational.
Integer is a rational number.
Integers are the whole numbers, the positive and negative whole numbers, but the rational includes like decimals and fractions.
So when you speak of integers, you're also speaking of rational numbers. Here's my question. Are all
integers are rational numbers.
Are all rational numbers integers?
No, not that way. The other way. Integers are rational.
So which one is a subset of which one?
Integers are the smallest set in the biggest set. Rational is the biggest set.
I thought so. I thought so. I thought so. So, if rational numbers is the universal set, let's say, and integers is a subset,
So should we
then we have it reversed. We have it in the wrong way. You see what I'm saying?
Then we come back and divide negative rational numbers.
Yeah, I see.
So can we move this around then? And we're talking about rational numbers here.
Yes.
And then, I don't know if this is what you're doing, but I'm just saying, I'll leave it like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But maybe it's integers you want now.
Multiply and divide. Integers. So it's about negative.
I know. Yeah, we'll take it out. Integers. Okay?
Yeah. I see.
I think so. I'm gonna go there. Okay? And perhaps your topic could really be manipulating rational numbers or something such thing, but rational numbers. And not numerical relationships. So you see, it has to be a connection that captures the hierarchy in terms of how the concepts are organized.
Okay.
May I ask you a question, Dr. Rainford?
Sure, go ahead.
If our syllabus that we're looking at is, if we take things right out of the Cambridge syllabus, are we allowed as teachers to break it down so that we understand it, I guess, to make it more personalized? Because we're looking at what, okay.
What the syllabus actually says.
But that's exactly what the syllabus said, or just correct it.
We have to send you a copy of something.
Okay, so just read what it says right there. What's the topic that it says? What's the topic that the syllabus actually says?
Numerical representation.
Yes.
That's the topic, and then they have integers and face value.
Okay.
And then they have different, they call it assessment indicators, which are basically specific objectives.
Fine. So
And
it
one of
doesn't really treat, so Crystal, it doesn't treat with the concept of rational numbers in your syllabus.
They do.
That concept there?
Yeah, multiply and divide by
question.
progression. I'm sorry?
Does it address rational numbers?
Yes. Negative
The concept
rational
is
numbers.
there. Okay, fine. No. I don't know the Cambridge syllabus. I can't speak to it in terms of what it may say, but my point is that when we are going to teach, we have to organize the lesson in such a way that you show the hierarchy. Now the syllabus in and of itself is not designed for you to teach in this particular sequence. They have the topics and the objectives together, but you need to break this down into a scheme of work or into your unit or your lesson plan that allows you to teach in a meaningful way. Now that ability to take that document and to transform it into your lesson plan requires experience and an in-depth knowledge of your topic to show how the concepts are related. And some syllabuses are better written than others, so it makes it easier for the teacher. Now, having said that though, this approach to breaking the concept up doesn't mean that there may not be an equally logical relationship between the concepts as outlined in your syllabus document. There may well be a relationship that we have missed. So perhaps one of the things you want to do is to talk a bit about that among yourselves, to say what's the relationship? Why is it ordered in this way? So as to get a better understanding of, how to break it up. But in my mind, this seems to be a better approach. Okay? All right, let's go. I'll give you something before you leave here today. Let's take the other two. St. Lucia.
Hi.
Wait.
Hello.
Here.
Our main topic is number theory. Our subtopic is binary numbers. General objective. Under general objective, we have two because we're trying to merge IT and
Yes, I see, I understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the first one is appreciate the development of different numeration systems.
It's free. Okay, next.
And the second one is develop expertise in the operation.
Sorry, develop what?
Expertise. in the operation of computer systems. I can be more specific, you know. Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah?
Very good. Now let's have a specific objective.
Specific, students should be able to state the value of a digit in a numerical,
In a numeral in base 2.
in a numeral in base 2, sorry.
In a what?
Numeral
In base
2.
We need a little bit more, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. So
And
state
there's,
the value of a digit, yes.
there's a second specific.
Go ahead.
Describe how data are stored and manipulated within the computer using binary.
Manipulated
within the computer using binary. C'est tout.
All right. Let's go now. So you're looking at number theory, looking at binary numbers. That seems to work for me. Okay? And you're developing, you're using this, you're doing the math and the IT.
Yes.
So appreciate the development of different numeration systems and develop expertise in the operations of computer systems. Now, here is my question to you. Suppose you say, appreciate the importance of different numeration systems to operations of computer systems, or for successful whatever computer systems, operating computer systems. Would that work?
Yes, it would. Because
Right.
that's like joining the two.
Right, I want you to combine the two. Alright? So you're combining the two so as to, because what I want is an integrated lesson. You with me? So you're going to integrate it such that you are recognizing that there is a link between the knowledge of the binary systems to the computer operations. Alright, so link those two. And I guess you can see remember with the second one, right? The same for the specific objective. Now, having tweaked the general objective to showing not just the appreciation of the numerical systems to how the computer works, you now are going to state, you're going to look at the base 2 specifically as relates to the computer systems. Okay? So can you now rephrase the specific objective to make one objective? Yeah. I want one specific objective that could be subsumed under the general objective of that I just described.
Build that and describe how this is used. Students should state the value of a digit in a numeral in base 2 and show how this can be used in data storage and manipulation.
In a computer, within the computer.
I don't know where it is.
Just press magic, just press magic. I think you're pressing
In data storage. I'm not that bad. I exaggerate. And manipulations, I'm unkind to myself. Within the computer?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's a little long. Maybe we can tweak it some more to make it a little bit shorter, but that's it. That's the idea. Okay? So that's good. So we can see how they're connected. And now, if you have put your objectives in place, you begin to think of what activities you're going to do and how you're going to introduce your lesson. All right, so this is where you start. Okay, fine, well done. So let's go now. Jamaica, Mona, Max.
Still a grade as well?
No, just give me the broad topic.
Alright, broad topic is exponential and logarithmic function.
Logarithmic THMIC functions. Lesson topic?
So solving exponential equations using logarithms.
Solving exponential
equations using logarithms.
Using logarithms. Okay. General objective?
Understand the properties and significance of the exponential and significance of the exponential and logarithmic functions.
And specific objective?
Use logarithms to solve equations of the form a to the power of 6.
I know.
You can just put it in the R.
I need to go back to my.
I can put it in the R.
On the key.
Yeah, over number 6. Number was right up there.
Where you put that?
In between A and X.
I didn't know that, right?
A power X equal B. I mean, you're really surprised.
I can come on and do it, but I mean, yeah. Alright. So use logarithms to solve equations of the form a to the power of x equals b. Alright. And your topic is solving exponential equations using logarithms. And you're using this type of equation, where it's an exponential equation, and you're, okay, fine. Okay, fine. Alright? So you're now going to be teaching this, that's your lesson focus. Yeah. Okay? Solving these sorts of equations, and it falls right on here. All of these concepts, exponential and logarithmic functions, are subsumed in this lesson. Or subsume this lesson. Alright? Okay, good. Now, that took a little while, but it was an important activity because it allows us to begin to see the connections between the big picture and what we end up doing in class. Alright? Now, if we can come back out of this and go back into this. That's where we started, where we segued from here to the other activity. And I took you now through seeing the connection between the objectives, the general, specific, and the lesson topic. Alright? Now, because you now have an idea of what your topic is and what concepts are going to be coming up in your lesson, what concepts you have, you begin to think now, what is it that am I assuming about these learners? What am I assuming that they know to be able to do this? They know, for example, what's an equation? Okay? They know what we mean by something on a technique. Whatever else. I don't know what I can't remember what's the far back. Okay? But they know something that you're building on. That's your previous knowledge. Now your previous knowledge is not really an essay. It's not a long list of things. It's short, you know, it's the key ones. It's the ones that directly connect. Okay? When we speak of references, we're talking about sources that you would have to use in your planning. So maybe it's your textbook, maybe it's an internet source, you know, but you put those in. And the next step is your methodology / strategies. Now, when we think of methodology, we think of lecture, discussion, questioning, demonstration, fieldwork, practical activity. Those are your broad methodologies. And your strategies may include other such things such as a game, I don't even know, video viewing, I don't know. Questioning is really a strategy. Bigger than that. Within that you use different, questioning is a methodology. Okay? So looking at these, and we have some examples online. Okay? Look for you. Now when I say content notes, I really mean just that. Notes. You can bullet them for me. If you have definitions, put them down there. Okay? But I don't really want an essay. Okay, I want notes. And there's an example that's on the PowerPoint that you can look at, and I will put up a fuller example online. Okay? So I will put up one so you can see. I am suggesting, but you don't have to use a concept map. A concept map can also help to put your notes, your content notes together. So you can see how they are related to each other. And then the next step is your lesson delivery. That's where you're going to write your introduction or your orientation set. You may call it that, your development and your evaluation and your closure. Meaning, you may get to D. D may be closure for just the concepts that you have learned in the lesson. Evaluation may be a part of this, or it may be separate from this. They could be related. They could be integrated. Okay? So that's really what that is. Now, there are different approaches to writing this, to putting this together. And I have put two for you. Now, what I wanted to look at is this. Follow me carefully. Don't look here so much. You can do that online when you see the PowerPoint. But what I want you to do is this. This is the sequence. So you have introduction, development, you have this with closure. And what I want you to do here would be, what is it that you're getting done in this part of the lesson? So, in the introduction, what I want done here, that you state what learning outcomes you expect students to experience. So from your introduction, you may say that I want them to be able to recognize that, to recall what is an exponential equation. Okay? So you whatever you use in your engaged part of your lesson, your introduction, I must be able to see why you're using it. So this part that says concept skills being developed is to be explaining why you're doing what you're doing. The left column describes step by step what you do. The right column explains why you're doing it, what you expect to accomplish. Now, normally, you may not write a lesson plan that has a right column. It may only be the left column, but guess what? I want to see what's in your head, what's going on up here. I have to follow how you're thinking, and that's why I put my column like that. So even though you may not be writing it in your lesson plan normally, you have to think it to get to your plan. And I want to see what you're thinking. I wonder if I'm making sense. So this column on the right tells me why you have done what you have put here on the left. This is my left. That's my right. Unless you're a mirror image, that's yours too. That's sarcasm. Sorry. Okay. My daughter told me this morning I'm very hard on her sometimes, and this is what I have. This tongue gets me through. All right. So that's the sequence. So you go step 1, introduction. What do you do for? Sorry, I went back. I haven't got yours yet. What do you do here? What do you do here? What do you do here? And I have put engage, explore, explain, elaborate, not because I want you to write those words, but just to give you a guide as to what are the things that you're putting inside here. Remember when we went back before? When we were doing this before, we did this somewhere there. Please. Okay? So that's where this comes from. This comes from here. So if you look at these stages, you come back down to my table. Now you know something about me as a learner. Crystal, you will soon find out about yourself as a learner as well. I'm very visual. Okay? And so I do tables. I do pictures. Excellent. An image. Okay. So what I want you to think about is what you're putting inside here. Notice though that this says step 1, step 2, step 1, step 2, and you may even have a step 3. Okay? So I want it in bullet format, so we can see each action that you're carrying out and why. Because you've got to think about it. You will think about it. You're thinking about it. Okay, that's one way to do it. Another way to do the same thing is to have 3 columns instead of 2. So you have teacher activity, student activity, and again what you expect to happen, what you're trying to do in this column. Okay? Now there's an example up which you can look at. We can talk about that. But essentially, I'm almost out of time. Essentially, that's what I want to see. I'll put up some samples for you to see what it is I'm saying. All right? There's one on the slide, but it may be too small for you to see if I bring it up. Okay, that's the next slide, I think. And you'll see some aspects of it. No, that one. There's more to it, but I haven't done it. Okay? And of course the science list. That's the one, that's what I know. So we will do that. Alright? So I'll finish them things up. But I'm trying to get one from English and math for you. And I can pull from one of those people. So I can show you. And I will tweak it to how the format I want so you can see it if it's not in that format. And guide you. So I need to see what's going on up here, because up here is where the action is. Alright? It's all up here. I want it done on paper. Alright, now. Let's take, you're very fortunate to know because I'm not going to get to my questions. Let's take Let's take 5 minutes. And I want you to come up with an introductory activity. Let's talk a bit about it. But before you go, I want to share something with you. Are you tired? Don't answer. That's rhetorical. Don't answer. Alright, where am I now? I'm in the wrong place. Let's go here.
She was back beforehand.
All right, I'll probably just stop. And let you give, your time. You probably just give me your questions now. I won't tax your brains anymore. You'll share what you're, all right. I am in RVLE, and I'm going to share with you something that I have sent that you may find useful. It's in the section called resources, and I have also sent it to you by email. All right, where is it? Firstly, there's a file called Active Learning Activities. It says for workshop, but ignore that. And there are a number of suggestions that you can use to teach and assess. One is called a word wall, you know some of them. And so each one has we have a name for it and the description of it. Okay? And this was done for science, so you can see that you can just change from science to math or English or whatever you're doing. And poetry in motion is another one. Frenzy process, another one. Hair bingo is another one. So these are just ideas that you might use, and there are many of them available on the internet. But these I used in a workshop, and I thought you may find these useful. So that resource is there. All right. You will also find these are for assessment, which I thought that I've done today. So I put them in the same box. Okay. So you'll find a handout on writing pen and paper items. You'll find one. These two are on assessment, and this one is on the questioning I spoke to you about. Let's open that so you can see what that one says. We're going to perhaps end of this. When we talked a bit about Bloom's taxonomy, you know the course code, and then you will see some examples of how these levels can be written up, and as well, you will see the definitions of some of the skills that you may use. You certainly need them in mathematics. Okay? And then there's another one that looks at the subcategories of knowledge as used by the Carbon Examinations Council. I'll put them in for you, and the description of what you need to do. So these are just support materials for you to use to judge how it is that you're going to be doing your work. And it works for some persons, this last table maybe for science, they may not find it very useful. Okay, as I thought about it. And so these are some resources I've put up for you. But this one in particular, maybe you may find useful for your lesson planning as you prepare for planning. Okay? This one in particular. And if I have some time, I'll put up some more, but time is really against me. Alright. So then I'm not going to ask you to spend the time to do the introduction because I know you're probably tired. I will, however, now use this time to hear from you what you have done for me for today. So then, we can go back to the cases that we had on Tuesday. Before we take them, is there anything you want to ask about lesson planning?
Does it always have to feature interaction? Can a lesson be predominantly lecture mode?
Of course it can, but then, you know, if you do that, you're embracing a certain paradigm.
Okay, but because I'm just saying, I mean, what we have to contend with as teachers is that mind you know we'll try to
Yes,
do all
please
that.
try.
But we have to contend with syllabus completion.
Yes, I know
And,
that.
yeah, sometimes we are castigated.
But in this class, we have no such constraint.
Okay.
We're all really able to teach and to complete the syllabus. So you are without excuse.
Okay. Alright.
All right?
So we always try to
Yeah, I want you to try.
Okay.
I mean, even if you're going to be using some amount of didactic instructions during the course of your teaching, you should also vary it because remember we're talking about the learners and their needs and so forth and so on.
Okay.
All right? So I'm going to ask you please to involve some amount of activity, interaction, yes, with the learners in this context. And we will talk a bit about, we will look to see what it is that you can do, given the fact that you're separated by distance. But I think you have been doing very well with respect to communicating all the groups. Any other questions?
Dr. Rainford,
Yes, Aminus?
how long will each micro teaching session be expected to be?
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
30.
All right, so plan for 30 minutes. All right, thank you.
So you perhaps will not be able to do more than one objective. Okay? Any other questions? All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to ensure that we understand that we're going to use this principle to prepare for our micro teaching, which is going to be next week, Thursday. All right? If you need me to do anything before, let me know so I can project. I can put it up. And I want you to, on Tuesday, even though we're not going to be gathered together, I still want you to get together to do some of this work. And I will give you a specific task that's going to be linked to assessment for Tuesday, which I'll make available to you before then. Okay? So I'll give you a specific task. All right, so given what we have just done now, I'm not just done, what we did on Tuesday, I asked you specifically to look at the cases. I gave you different cases.
Dr. Rainford?
Listening, Alvinas.
Are you saying that you're giving us an assignment to do on Tuesday?
Yes, I'm going to send you a video link for you to view a lesson. And I will ask you some questions. And those will be related to what we have been doing about planning and teaching for you to analyze.
Wow.
That's too much work?
Yeah.
I can hear the donkeys crying.
I have a problem, My problem is this. My problem is that I too have a syllabus to complete. And I'm trying to. Or I tell you what I'm going to do. Let's see if I can find another way to do it. Let's see if I can do it. We may be able. How many groups do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times half an hour is what, 1.5 hours? If we go like clockwork. So if we started at 8:30, we should finish by 12:45. And if we start, we finish. All right. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'll tell you what I'm going to do then. There's a topic. Here's what you're going to do for me then. The assessment topic has not yet been done, and we must do that. But I have put the readings up already, and I'm going to put up the PowerPoint. I didn't do that as yet. I'll do that up. I thought I was going to do that. No, so I have it here. But I will put the PowerPoint up. Next week, Tuesday, you can look at it. You don't have to do anything else. Crystal, I will send you to a file, something like that, where you will do the learning style and teaching style inventory. That's what it is. I'm going to send you the teaching style inventory. You will do it for sometime before next week, Thursday. And I will send you the PowerPoint and the readings for the assessment. Please do some reading around it. Just go through the materials on assessment, okay? On Thursday, you will do your math teaching in the morning, and in the afternoon, we'll view a lesson and we will analyze it in class. Okay, Alvina? So you don't have to go to the online to do it. We'll do it in class. I'll figure out how to do this across the ocean, the various oceans by then. Okay? And the following Tuesday, we'll complete with assessment. Alright? We'll complete assessment then. But you do the reading. And you can begin to do your assignment. So I won't take up your time on Tuesday with more assignment. Does that sound like a compromise?
Yes, Miss, because I need time to plan.
Yeah. Okay?
Yeah.
That sounds better for you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but could you repeat?
Alright, let me tell you what I said. Where's your pen? Put my head early. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. I know you're tired. I know you're tired. I really do know you're tired. I think that sensitive. I know it. I appreciate it. Alright, so Tuesday what is it now?
First.
The first.
Dr. Rainford, the last thing you showed us on the introduction activities you said about from your workshop, where exactly is it on your list?
Sorry, the last thing I showed you, it's in a file called resources.
Second session.
On the second or fourth? Fourth session.
Number one result.
Fourth session. Session 4. In a file called, in a folder called resources, you will see all of those files, and in this another folder called PowerPoint presentations, you will see the 3 presentations I did today.
But the last one you showed us with the activities for the introduction.
Yes, it's called, what did I say it's called?
No.
But it's in the email as well.
It's also in the email.
What's the name?
I'll soon show you. I'm going to show you. Okay, it's in session 4, June 26. It's on the resources. And in that folder called resources, it's called Active Learning Activities for Workshop. It's the first one. You got that?
Yes, I got it, thanks.
Okay, fine. Alright, so now let's go. Come on. I know your time, so we're grinding them. Let me just tell you what you're going to do. On Tuesday, that's the first. You're going to plan. You're going to plan for your micro teaching. And you're also going to read materials on assessment. And I'm going to put them on the session 5. 6 was going to be your Okay? So I'm going to relocate materials for assessment on the session 6. Okay? You'll find them there. And I'll send them to you by email. So you'll know exactly what they are. On, what's the next day? Thursday. Thursday.
That's when we're going to present.
Yes. You're going to do micro teaching presentations. And you're also going to, and that's going to take place in the morning. And that's in the morning. And in the afternoon, you're going to view, listen, and analyze. In other words, what I was asking you to do on Tuesday, we'll do on Thursday afternoon. Do you get it? And the following Tuesday, everybody with me?
Just say there's one. Yeah, okay.
So that's next week Tuesday, next week Thursday. And the following Tuesday, which is
8.
what we're going to do then is we're going to look at assessment.
Okay, Dr. Rainford, for that Tuesday, will do the, I guess I will have to ask for their video, right?
Recording. All right.
Yeah.
But you'd have been doing some reading on it. It will be available. But I know Crescentinos, you're going to be absent. All right? So that will be available, and we're going to go through them now and look at some questions, make some questions, etc., etc., etc. Because you're going to need to include some, I think, multiple choice items in your final lesson plan. Remember, Mr. Esmeralda? For your assignment from the that you're looking at the secondary. I'm almost sure I'm right. I'm reading from your lesson plan assignment that's in course assignment 2. And it says, is lesson planning. It's worth 20%. Using the reports reviewed, identify a topic from your discipline and design a lesson plan adhering to one teaching strategy learned in the course. Write one fully developed lesson plan on the topic while observing the following more instructions. So you're going to represent the main concepts using a concept map or some other graphical representation. Okay, that suits your discipline. I'm going to give you some. Design a summative evaluation exercise of the lessons. Now, that concept of summative evaluation, you will learn when you read these materials and further apply when we come back on the 8th. And it says you're to use a multiple choice exercise consisting of 6 items. So you're going to have to design those, or you're going to use a structured exercise based on 3 written or pictorial stimuli. So this knowledge base is going to be developed right in this lesson. And the materials for it will be put on the something called session 6. Or Bailey. Some of it is already here. I'm going to move it from where I put it and put it elsewhere. You with me? Or just duplicate it so you don't get confused. Alright? Clear?
So, Miss Dr.
Go ahead.
Rainford, what are you going to do entry 2? We're not going to do entry 1 and 3?
No. I'm just telling you what entry 2 involves, so that you will know how it connects to what we're doing now. But yes, you do entries 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, I heard it. I'm just.
It sounds like a lot of work, doesn't it? It is.
Yeah. It looks like a lot of work. Looks like a lot of work.
It is a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, but that's really usually how it is with this course. This course is very heavy.
So when we go to the website, we'll find the information on the website that you have given us.
Go ahead again, Orantos.
The website that you have. When we go to the website, it will give us like certain information.
All the materials that I have put there, I have sent to you by email.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Because I know you can't get on. But every single thing that I sent to you by email is up there.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Alright, so I want you to just begin to think about the assignments. Because the last one has 3 parts.
But this is us, that we have to use our brain.
You can begin to think about it on Tuesday and begin to read around. Okay?
Yes.
I will stop now. I won't go any further. I know you're okay. Yes? Question?
No.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna give you a break. I know you're very tired. Alright? So don't look too tired now. Remember now you have a lot of work still to do.
What's that? I don't even know exactly. I don't know what that song. You know what that means? Yeah, that means I don't know what that means. Before it started, before June 16th, I have something.
Yeah.
I'll look through it.
I don't do nothing to this. It's all about my kid.
What time?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
This is the biggest thing ever. Alright, so I'll see you next Thursday, God willing, and we'll be fine.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Have a good week.
Thanks, same to you.
Can I be good?
Tomorrow, Friday?
After class.
No, we can meet first. Yeah, go first.
For the motivation.
And then we meet Saturday. can't miss on because I have a few harassment there. Well, our colleague with him.
The explanation was because the way that did this weather, so that 8 readings last night. 8.
Last night, it was actually
This morning?
2 a.m. This morning?
I would just see, because when I work on the board, and someone says, shh, this is just too much.
I think I need to start.
But the good thing of working on